Chapter 212. Yuqing took a few steps back and accidentally fell to the ground. She looked at the black shadow that was rushing towards her in shock. Only then did she see that it was actually a bear cub. It had a light brown mane all over its body, but around its neck, there was a faint gray circle with a faint layer of golden light. 4th grade magical beast, golden mane bear. Yuqing was shocked. This was Mu Hongyu's magical beast? It was not easy for an ordinary person to hunt a 3rd grade magical beast. Even the royal family might not have a 4th grade magical beast. Not only did Mu Hongyu have one, it was a cub. Cubs were not resistant to humans and were easy to tame. Now it seemed that this golden mane bear cub was very obedient to Mu Hongyu. Just as she was in a daze, Song had already pounced over. It bit towards Yuqing's neck. Magical beasts grew very quickly. When they first found this golden mane bear cub, it was still a soft ball. But in less than a month's time, it had grown a lot, and its claws and teeth had become sharp. The blood of a 4th grade magical beast flowed in the golden mane bear cub's body, and it was born with strong attacking power. Now that he sensed that Mu Hongyu was in danger, he was enraged and naturally charged forward without any regard for his own safety. A mouthful of sharp teeth that had just grown out reflected a ghastly light. Yuqing's entire body froze. If this bite really landed on her neck, she was afraid that it would be dangerous. She did not think and raised her arm to stop it, intending to fling the golden mane bear cub away. But this time, it did not leave any marks on the golden mane bear cub. It only tilted its body slightly and then bit her arm. No, Yuqing saw the golden mane bear cub's action and realized that something was wrong. She wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The golden mane bear cub had already bitten her arm. The sharp teeth pierced through her flesh. Blood splattered. The intense pain came quickly, and Yuqing's face turned pale. She instinctively flung the golden mane bear cub away. Rip, her sleeves had been torn apart, revealing her fair and smooth arm. However, an entire piece of flesh had been torn off from her forearm. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. Yuqing saw her bloody wound and almost fainted. Her heart was trembling. This kind of wound would definitely leave a scar. The golden mane bear cub was kicked away, and Mu Hongyu quickly went forward to catch it and hugged it. Returning to its familiar embrace, the golden mane bear cub finally spat out the piece of flesh, but it still stared fiercely at Yuqing, ready to pounce again. Yuqing shuddered from its terrifying gaze. Her arrogance and pride, and all that was left was resentment and unwillingness. She hugged her arms as tears quickly gathered in her eyes and fell down like rain. Mu Hongyu, I have no enmity with you. Why are you treating me like this? His pitiful appearance immediately made many people feel sorry for him. However, Mu Hongyu did not fall for her tricks and sneered. In the competition, you have to accept your loss. I will naturally treat you the same way you treated me just now. You're so cunning. How can it be so easy to win against me without using any effort? She touched the ears of the golden mane bear cub and smiled. Is there a rule in the Qingjiao competition that forbids summoning one's own magical beast? Yuqing choked, and she looked terrible. Mu Hongyu was right. There was indeed no such rule. Sometimes, having a high-leveled and powerful magical beast would even make one the target of envy. So, no one could say that she was wrong to summon the golden mane bear cub. But, her arm. You don't have any more strength to fight. Do you still want to continue? Mu Hongyu looked at her condescendingly. Song hasn't played for a while. Why don't you let it play with you? No. No. Yuqing widened her eyes in horror and screamed in rejection. If this continued, who knew what kind of injuries this beast would cause her? What if it bit her face again? Many thoughts flashed through Yuqing's mind. She suppressed the anger in her heart and pretended to be pitiful. I admit defeat. Originally, she was prepared to get a good ranking in the Qingjiao competition. So, she had made up her mind to reduce the consumption of force in the earlier rounds and save her strength for the end. However, she did not expect Mu Hongyu to appear out of nowhere and cut off her path. If she had known, she would have ended the battle quickly and not given Mu Hongyu any chance. But now, it was too late to say anything. Mu Hongyu scoffed. This woman knew when to back down. She knew that she had no chance of winning, so she just admitted defeat. She felt that her eyes would be dirty if she looked at such a cunning person. Song Song, let's go. With that, Mu Hongyu carried Song Song and turned to leave. However, after taking 2 steps, a gentle but powerful female voice suddenly sounded. Ms. Mu, at the end of the day, this competition is for everyone to learn from each other and improve. Don't you think you went overboard by being so harsh on Yuqing? Mu Hongyu looked in the direction of the voice. Sita Xingqian had stood up at some point in time. Her expression was calm, but her words had a deeper meaning. Her action immediately silenced the entire square. Almost everyone's gaze was focused on her. Mu Hongyu knitted her brows. I went overboard? Are you kidding me? She was the one who played tricks first. I was just retaliating. Can't I do that? Sita Xingqian smiled warmly. Ms. Mu, please don't misunderstand. I'm just stating facts. Yuqing was eager to win just now, so she used a little trick. But it's actually not a big deal. After all, you're not injured, right? On the other hand, she's a girl after all. It's not good for her to have such a scar on her arm. Mu Hongyu felt that it was ridiculous. What does her scar have to do with me? The competition is a competition of strength. Don't tell me that I have to be careful not to hurt her when I make a move. Then, what's the point of the competition? Can't everyone just go back to their own homes now? Mu Hongyu was a straightforward person, and her words were very straightforward. Her words made Sita Xingqian feel awkward. However, Yuqing had always been on good terms with her. If she just let it go now, wouldn't Yuqing be at a disadvantage? Sita Xingqian's smile faded a little. But just now, if Yuqing didn't admit defeat, Ms. Mu seemed to be planning to let that golden mane bear cub take Yuqing's life. I believe everyone clearly saw that you didn't have any intention of stopping her. So, Ms. Mu, you should at least apologize, right? Mu Hongyu was so angry that her face turned red. Why does Sita Xingqian make it sound like it's all my fault? Eldest Princess Situ, your words are biased. Chu Luiyue suddenly stood up and seemingly smiled. Hongyu was eager to win just now, so she summoned her fiend. Even though she didn't stop it, it's not a big deal. After all, Yuqing admitted defeat, and it didn't cause any more serious consequences, right? The golden mane bear cub is hard to tame. When it saw its owner being attacked, it instinctively wanted to fight for its life, but it had to swallow this anger. I think it's not good for its growth. So, shouldn't Yuqing apologize to Hongyu and the golden mane bear cub? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 213. Sita Xingqian did not expect someone to speak up for Mu Hongyu. Furthermore, this person was Chu Luiyue. Looking at that peerlessly beautiful face and thinking of that dagger, she faintly felt uncomfortable in her heart. Hence, it was hard for her to feel friendly toward Chu Luiyue. Miss Chu, I was just speaking the truth. I don't have any ill intentions toward Ms. Mu. Chu Luiyue purposely said that because she could not bear to see her friend being bullied. However, Chu Luiyue was not angry at all. What kind of people have I not seen before? Scheming and scheming, I was already sick of it when I became the heavenly princess and held the power of the Tianling dynasty. Now, I really don't want to waste my time on Sita Xingqian's petty thoughts. Eldest Princess Situ, I didn't say that you were wrong. It's just that everyone clearly saw the situation just now. It's not wrong to use schemes in the competition, but summoning a fiend is wrong. Even if Yuqing has a scar on her body, she can only blame herself for not being as skilled as others. There have been so many competitions, and it's not like no one has gotten injured before. However, this is the first time that the winner is being asked to apologize. Her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. This is the simplest logic and the most fair principle. If Hong Yu apologizes because her fiend is too strong, I don't think there's any point in continuing the Qing Jiao competition, right? Her tone was calm, neither too fast nor too slow, but her words were enough to convince people wholeheartedly. Many people whispered to each other and secretly nodded. Chu Luiyue makes sense. This is a competition, and victory and defeat are decided in an instant. What's the point of apologizing? Yeah. Yu Qing's opponent seemed to have accidentally broken her leg yesterday. Shouldn't she apologize too? Don't you know? Situ Xingchen is very close to Yu Qing, so she stood up for her. Heh, even if she's the eldest princess of country Xing Luo, she can't put on airs here, right? After saying so much, isn't she just standing up for her own person? I think this Situ Xingchen isn't as perfect as the rumors say. Instead, she can't tell right from wrong. Hearing these discussions, Situ Xingchen could not help but clench her fists in her sleeves. She was a little angry and regretful. When Cheng Han saw that his disciple was being put on the spot, he couldn't stand it any longer and spoke up. Xing Chen isn't siding with anyone. I just want to say that even though the Qing Jiao competition is a competition, there should be a limit. This old man feels that there is indeed a need to pay attention to this point. If someone has crooked thoughts and beats someone half to death, then excuses himself by saying that he was careless, then what should we do? Cheng Han glanced at Chu Luiyue and snorted coldly. Xingchen is a kind person. She said this for everyone's sake. She was a celestial physician and had to participate in the competition on the last day. In the end, this martial arts competition had nothing to do with her. She didn't have any selfish motives for sticking her head out like this. Unlike some people who took the opportunity to justify their own ruthlessness. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Isn't he obviously talking about Chu Luiyue? After all, Lei Mingwei, who fought with me the day before, was severely injured. I heard that he was still lying in bed today. Chu Luiyue could not help but clap and cheer. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. It's fine if Cheng Han didn't say anything, but the moment he spoke, he directly put the label of ruthless on me. If I injure anyone in the competition after this, won't this label be confirmed? Before Chu Luiyue could speak, Sun Zhongyan laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Brother Cheng Han, you really know how to joke. This Qing Jiao competition has been held for so many years, and I always felt that everyone knew the rules. I didn't expect Brother Cheng Han to set the rules today. Even though Sun Zhongyan spoke with a smile, everyone could tell that he was not joking. His words were filled with dissatisfaction and even sarcasm. The atmosphere in the venue froze. Everyone subconsciously quietened down and carefully observed the situation. Are Tian Lu Academy and Tai Yen Academy going to have a public fight? Nobody expected the top figures from the two academies to be at odds with each other just because of Yu Qing and Mu Hongyu's competition. Cheng Han also did not expect Sun Zhongyan to speak up for Chu Luiyue. According to his character, he might not speak up even if his disciple was the one who was at a disadvantage. Who exactly is Chu Luiyue? Why does he value her so much? Cheng Han originally wanted to give Situ Xingchen a way out and vent his anger from losing the first match yesterday. He did not expect Sun Zhongyan to speak up as well, so he was in a dilemma. However, Sun Zhongyan did not think so much. His own student won, but she still got bullied. How could he be so aggrieved? Upon seeing the tense atmosphere, Mu Hongyu was dazed. Didn't I just win a match? How did it end up like this? Even Yu Qing was frightened and did not dare to say anything, afraid that she would be implicated. However, Chu Luiyue suddenly chuckled. Elder son, even though Hongyu won, she used up a lot of energy in this match. You should let her come back to recover her energy. There are still other matches after this. Besides, Yu Qing is injured, and she hasn't been treated yet. Even if we want to fight, we can't delay her recovery, right? This simple sentence immediately broke the tense atmosphere. Not only did he emphasize that Mu Hongyu was the winner, but he also comforted the injured Yu Qing. At this point, old Master Sun could take the opportunity to stop pursuing the matter. It would seem that Cheng Han and the rest were too impulsive to care about their own students. Cheng Han's expression turned even uglier. Hurry up and bring Yu Qing back. What if she's delayed? Why yes. The people below responded and hurriedly went forward to help Yu Qing back. Sun Zhongyan chuckled and did not look as hostile as before. Instead, he was very concerned. Lu Yu is still the most considerate. We can slowly discuss this later. It won't be good if her injuries are delayed. Brother Cheng Han, the children's health is more important. What do you think? Cheng Han's face turned green. This makes me seem like an inhumane person. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 214. After Yu Qing was sent off, Mu Hongyu also went down the stage happily. She walked to Chu Luyue and winked at her. Lu Yu is indeed reliable. Not only did she speak up for me, but she even humiliated the people from Tai Yen Academy. Chu Luyue pinched the golden mane bear cub's ears. Rest well. You still have to compete later. Yes. I know. Mu Hongyu responded. Then, she purposely sighed. Song Song, you can't do this in the future. If not, people will say that I'm ruthless. Do you know that? The surrounding people immediately started clamoring. That's right. Hongyu, you have to look after this little thing when you compete later. Heh, I was actually quite envious of you for hunting such a golden mane bear cub. Now. You just won a competition, but you were even scolded by others. I'm not envious at all. Mu Hongyu made a funny face. You'll be so envious. If you're so capable, go find a 4th grade fiend. The crowd roared with laughter. Cheng Han's face was green as he harshly waved his sleeves and sat down. Sita Xingchen then realized that she seemed to have brought quite a lot of trouble to her mentor. She could not help but bite her lips and softly said apologetically, I'm sorry. I was too impulsive. Cheng Han took a deep breath and furrowed his brows. Xingchen, what's wrong with you? Since yesterday until now, he had been absent-minded. You've always been smart, so why did you do something so stupid? I know that you're close to Yu Qing, but since she lost, she lost. Why did you have to argue so much for her? Sita Xingchen guiltily looked down and did not know what to say. Actually, she just couldn't stand Tianlu Academy, no, she couldn't stand Mu Hongyu. Sita Xingchen's heart felt like it was being squeezed, and she felt terrible. Actually, she knew that she was not speaking up for Yu Qing. In the past 2 days, she had seen clearly that Mu Hongyu and Chu Luyue were on very good terms. Therefore, when she saw Mu Hongyu being so ostentatious, she felt very uncomfortable. That arrogant look was so similar to Chu Luyue. If Mu Hongyu was proud, wouldn't Chu Luyue be happy as well? However, such a secret thought could not be said out loud. Seeing that Sita Xingchen couldn't come up with a reason and was extremely apologetic, Cheng Han couldn't bear to continue criticizing her. Forget it. You should calm down first. Why don't you stop coming for the next 2 days? Master, said Sita Xingchen immediately. I want to stay here. You just need to participate in the Celestial Physician competition on the last day. The previous competitions have nothing to do with you. You're just wasting your time here. Why are you? I just want to see how strong they are. Master, didn't you always say that you can only win 100 battles if you know yourself and your enemy? Even though I'm a celestial physician, my future opponents might not only be celestial physicians. Cheng Han thought for a while and finally nodded. Okay, but you have to promise me that you can't do this again in the future. I'm still waiting for you to get first place in the Celestial Physician competition. Sita Xingchen heaved a sigh of relief in her heart, and her mood improved when she heard the last sentence. Okay. Tianlu Academy's side was still lively. The crowd's topic of discussion gradually shifted from Mu Hongyu to Chu Luyue. Don't you think that Chu Luiyue was especially handsome just now? He actually made Situ Xingchen speechless. He even forced their director to come out personally. There's nothing wrong with what she said. Our people won this competition, so why do we have to apologize? I think Chu Luiyue is very loyal. Actually, I think that he only dared to refute at the start because he had more courage than the others. However, what he said after that was really impressive. He easily made our elder son step down from the stage, and even embarrassed the other party. This isn't something that can be done if he has the guts. He also needs to have brains. To put it bluntly, Chu Luiyue is not someone to be trifled with since he could escape unscathed after offending the crown prince and the Chu family. The few people sitting beside Rong Jin broke out in cold sweat. These people are too much. Can't they see that the crown prince is sitting here? She had clearly heard every single word that was said. Finally, one of them could not help but turn around and reprimand them. What are you doing? Be quiet. The crowd kept quiet. Oh, I almost forgot that the crown prince, Rong Jin, is still in front. The few people who were the most enthusiastic looked at each other. It's over. Did the crown prince hear everything that was said? He and Chu Luiyue are like fire and water. Isn't this the same as completely offending the crown prince? One of them braced himself and smiled pleasingly. We were just casually saying that. Please don't mind us. We won't talk about it anymore. We won't talk about it anymore. The others hurriedly agreed. Yes, yes, yes. We were just joking. Actually, Chu Luiyue isn't that powerful. Yes, yes. How can he compare to the few of you? You can just treat our words as bullshit. What you said is the truth. Why can't you say it? Rong Jin, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. The surrounding people felt as if they had been struck by lightning and thought that they had heard wrongly. Madam, what did the crown prince just say? What does he mean? Even the few people who had been following by his side were also confused and unable to make heads or tails of what was going on. In the awkward silence, Rong Jin finally turned around and glanced back. His gaze quickly swept past the few people and landed on Chu Luiyue's face, who was resting with his eyes closed at the back. Others were discussing her passionately, but she was as calm and collected as a mountain. Why didn't I notice it in the past? He slowed down his tone. She is indeed very outstanding. Once he finished speaking, there was dead silence. What does the crown prince mean? He's actually praising Chu Luiyue? Did the sun rise from the west? How could he say something like that with his own mouth? Everyone was stunned and did not know how to react. Chu Luiyue, who was regulating her breathing, knitted her brows and suddenly opened her eyes. Yang, where can I get my ears picked in the imperial city? Why are you asking this? Asked Yang slowly. Chu Luiyue was expressionless. My ears were dirty just now. Digression: sleeping early and waking up early is good for your health. Mobile users, please browse and read. You can read more from Love Network. Chapter 215. Chu Luiyue did not lower her voice when she said this. Not only did Yang hear it, but Rong Jin and the rest also heard it clearly. Everyone instantly held their breaths. Chu Luiyue is really bold as usual. She even dares to say such things in front of the crown prince. However, to her surprise, Rong Jin only knitted his brows when he heard this, and he didn't flare up. He looked at Chu Luiyue deeply and turned his head away. Everyone was confused. The crown prince did not intend to find trouble with Chu Luiyue. Her words were so harsh, but the crown prince could tolerate it. Rong Jin could really tolerate it. Since he had already made up his mind to win back Chu Luiyue, this small matter was naturally nothing. Speaking of which, Chu Luiyue had suffered a lot when she was with him in the past. It was normal for her to have some resentment toward him. Didn't this mean that she still cared about him? Thinking of this, Rong Jin did not feel angry at all. Instead, he felt a faint sense of anticipation. He knew that Chu Luiyue had liked him for many years. Back then, he was bewitched by Chu Xianmin and broke off the engagement with her. However, how could his years of love disappear just like that? As long as he lowered his status, Chu Luiyue would definitely come back to him. Now that his father was very dissatisfied with him, he believed that his father would change his opinion if he could win back Chu Luiyue. Although he regretted breaking off the engagement with Chu Luiyue previously, he did not think much of it because of his status and face. However, Chu Luiyue was now very famous and had become a genius that everyone envied. Even if he reconciled with her, it would not be considered degrading his status. The plan now was to find an opportunity to explain his feelings to Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue naturally did not know that Rong Jin had thought so much in such a short time. She just felt disgusted by Rong Jin. This man was ruthless and selfish. At that time, he felt that the original host was a waste and tarnished his noble status as the crown prince, so he broke off the engagement with her. Later on, Chu Xianmin was disfigured and no longer had any use for him. Thus, he abandoned her like an old shoe. Being looked at by such a person, she felt her stomach churn. "Hey, Luyu, why do I feel like there's something wrong with the crown prince's attitude toward you?" asked Si Yang softly as he looked at Rong Jin and Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue glanced at him indifferently. Si Yang obediently drew a line across his lips and shut his mouth. Si Ting, who had been memorizing the Xian formation with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and glanced at Rong Jin. Then, he looked down and hid the emotions in his eyes. Actually, he had already stopped reciting, and he could clearly hear the words around him. Rong Jin is narrow-minded, and he's acting so abnormally now. He must have some ulterior motives toward Chu Luiyue. He originally wanted to remind Chu Luiyue to be careful of Rong Jin, but he didn't say it in the end. She's so smart, so she should be able to handle it. I shouldn't think so much. Si Ting took a deep breath and closed his eyes, trying to get rid of the messy thoughts in his mind. As time passed, the competition became more and more intense. Before the 3 academies, the number of names in the warriors' box gradually decreased. In the afternoon, Chu Luiyue was picked by a girl from Nanfeng Academy. However, that girl was a stage 3 warrior. Perhaps she knew that she was not Chu Luiyue's match, so she chose to give up. She was the first person to give up since the start of the Qingjiao competition. Before this, nobody would have thought that a stage 3 warrior would give up when she picked a stage 1 warrior. However, this person was Chu Luiyue, so it made sense. She had already defeated 2 stage 4 warriors consecutively, and that was enough to prove her abilities. A stage 3 warrior was really nothing in front of Chu Luiyue. From a certain point of view, giving up was a good choice. After all, Chu Luiyue's attacks were decisive, and her moves were ruthless. What if she accidentally fainted like Lei Mingwei was? Even though the people from Nanfeng Academy felt uncomfortable, they didn't say anything. This was because they knew very well that they might not have the courage to fight with Chu Luiyue if they were in her shoes. Hence, Chu Luiyue advanced to the next round. When the second day of the competition ended, there were only 10 people left in the Qingjiao competition. Sun Zhongyan took out the last few balls of paper from the 3 boxes and read out the names of the 10 people. Among them, there were 3 from Tianlu Academy, 3 from Taiyan Academy, and 4 from Nanfeng Academy. Chu Luiyue was among them. She was also the only freshman among the 10 people. When they heard Chu Luiyue's name, the square was in an uproar. The crowd was shocked, but they also felt that it was reasonable. Even though Chu Luiyue had only competed twice, she was very capable. Nobody doubted her abilities. She indeed had the right to be in the top 10. Sun Zhongyan looked around. Tomorrow's competition will be the final battle between the 10 of them. The top warrior of this year's Qingjiao competition will also be born from these 10 people. When you go back today, please recharge your energy and do your best to come out on top tomorrow. The crowd responded in unison as if they could already imagine how intense tomorrow's competition would be. They couldn't help but feel excited. Chu Luiyue stood up with the crowd and planned to return to the academy. However, she was blocked by someone after taking a few steps. It was Rong Jin. When the surrounding people saw this, they sensibly avoided them. However, their eyes kept looking in their direction, afraid that they would miss something. Chu Xianmin, who was walking in the crowd, also saw this scene. Her heart was in her mouth, and she couldn't help but take 2 steps forward, wanting to hear what they were talking about. Rong Jin looked at Chu Luiyue, and his voice was unprecedentedly gentle. Luiyue, I want to have a few words with you. Chu Luiyue looked nonchalant. Your Highness, there shouldn't be anything to talk about with me, right? Rong Jin didn't care about her attitude and just took it that she was throwing a tantrum. He smiled and said, it won't take up too much of your time. Chu Luiyue looked up lazily. Your Highness, my time is precious, and I don't want to waste it on you. Her words were a little harsh. Rong Jin was a little embarrassed. Chu Luiyue then raised her feet and walked around him to leave. Rong Jin hurriedly stood in front of her again and didn't care about anything else. Since that's the case, I'll be direct. After the Qingjiao competition, the osmanthus flowers in Golden Osmanthus Garden have bloomed. Are you here to admire the flowers? Golden Osmanthus Garden was a garden under Rong Jin's name. It was given to him by Emperor Jianghu on his 16th birthday. Countless osmanthus trees were planted in the garden. Every year during this season, the osmanthus flowers would bloom, and their fragrance would fill the entire garden. It was also a famous scenic spot in the imperial city. Chu Luiyue slowly raised his brows. Golden Osmanthus Garden? Isn't that the place where the original me went to the crown prince's birthday banquet but was mocked for her shabby clothes and chased out? What is Rong Jin thinking? How can he have the cheek to invite me to a place that humiliates me? No, Chu Luiyue rejected him directly. Why? Rong Jin was confused. Didn't you like it there in the past? You said that the osmanthus flowers are fragrant, and it's the best place to admire the moon. It's hard for your Highness to remember this. But do you still remember what you said back then? Rong Jin's voice suddenly stopped, and his expression turned ugly. You said that Golden Osmanthus Garden means precious. A poor beggar like me doesn't have the right to enter. Chu Luiyue's lips curled up into a smile, but there was no happiness in her eyes. Of course, Rong Jin remembered. At that time, he only felt that Chu Luiyue was lowly. Not to mention stepping into Golden Osmanthus Garden, he felt terrible even if he had to look at it. After that, he never invited Chu Luiyue again. That's all in the past. There's no point in talking about it now. Luiyue, things are different now. I sincerely invite you. Chu Luiyue enunciated every word clearly. Your Highness, I really don't want to go. How many times do I have to say no before you understand? Rong Jin was embarrassed as if he had been slapped in front of everyone. Your Highness and I have already broken off our engagement. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Not in the past, not now, and definitely not in the future. So, you should find someone else for this kind of thing in the future. Chu Luiyue's gaze lightly swept across Chu Xianmin, who was not far away. After all, there are still many people waiting for you to dote on them. Then, Chu Luiyue did not look at Rong Jin's expression and walked forward. This time, Rong Jin did not stop him. Saying this in front of so many people was already his limit. Now that Chu Luiyue had mercilessly rejected him, it made him even more embarrassed. Chu Xianmin bit her lips tightly and suppressed the jealousy and resentment in her heart with much difficulty. She walked forward and softly persuaded him. Your Highness, let's go back first. Rong Jin glanced at her and saw the veil on her face. He was disgusted. If it weren't for Chu Xianmin's instigation, he and Chu Luiyue would not have ended up like this. He suddenly waved his sleeves and flung Chu Xianmin's hand away. He turned around and strode away without any words of consolation. Chu Xianmin staggered and fell to the ground. Ouch! A sharp pain came from her arm, causing her to unknowingly cry out in pain. When she competed today, she was unlucky and met a stage 4 warrior. Not only did she lose, but she was also injured. When she fell, she happened to graze her wound. The surrounding people looked at her coldly with different expressions. If it were in the past, many people would have immediately stepped forward to help Chu Xianmin when they saw her like this. But now, her looks were disfigured, and she was married to the crown prince as an unfavored concubine. Her parents were even more troublesome. Who would risk offending Chu Luyue and the crown prince to help Chu Xianmin? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 216. News of the Crown Prince's invitation to Chu Luyue being rejected spread like wildfire. Everyone had different reactions, and they had different opinions. However, Chu Luyue's attitude clearly showed that she did not want to give the Crown Prince face. That's right. She already dared to offend the Chu family and the Crown Prince when she had nothing. The current Chu Luyue was no longer the useless person she used to be. Rong Jin returned to his residence with a gloomy mood. Song Yuan served him carefully at the side. Your Highness, I've already sent people to block the news of today's incident. The people in the imperial city, block what? Let them spread the news. The wider the news, the better. Rong Jin suppressed his anger and coldly glanced at Song Yuan. Song Yuan was dazed. Your Highness, what do you mean? It's best if all the aristocratic families in the imperial city know about this. Rong Jin's voice was cold. Song Yuan was his confidant, so he quickly guessed his thoughts. You're saying that other people won't have any thoughts about Miss Chu Luyue if they know that you're interested in her? Rong Jin did not say anything, but his expression showed that he agreed. Even though he was not in a good situation now, he was still the crown prince. The people in the imperial city had to take him into consideration. If news of today's incident spread, everyone would know that he was determined to get Chu Luyue. Then, those who knew what was good for them would naturally avoid her. Even though Chu Luyue and Chu Jihu were admitted to Tianlu Academy, not many people came to propose marriage because they had offended the Chu family and Rong Jin. They were all rejected by Chu Ning. After the Qingjiao competition, many people would have thoughts about her. However, as long as Rong Jin made the first move, no one would dare to snatch her from him. Even though Chu Luyue was still unhappy with him, she would definitely return to him after some time. He had plenty of patience. Thinking of this, his expression finally looked better. Song Yuan's eyes turned, and he carefully asked, Your Highness, I'm afraid that person will be unhappy. That person was naturally Chu Xianmin. Chu Xianmin and Chu Luyue had already shed all pretense of cordiality. If the crown prince planned to marry Chu Luyue, Chu Xianmin would definitely find it hard to accept. At that time, who knew what kind of trouble they would cause? Rong Jin rubbed his glabella, and disgust flashed across his eyes. Who does she think she is? Does this consort have to look at her face when doing anything? If she dared to cause trouble, she would be punished according to the rules of the crown prince residence. Song Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly agreed. Yes. Rong Jin then gave some instructions, and Song Yuan agreed to them one by one before coming out. Walking into the courtyard, Song Yuankai finally breathed a sigh of relief and secretly shook his head. Previously, they thought that Chu Xianmin was finally favored, but they did not expect her to fall out of favor before she could do anything. Obviously, the crown prince had no interest in her. It seemed that there was no need to treat him well in the future. Chu Liuyuan knew what the crown prince was thinking. Why did he want to chase her back? It also seemed like he had to do it. However, recalling the things that Chu Luyue had done during this period of time, Song Yuan could not help but feel worried. She could even turn against the Chu family that had once raised her, let alone the crown prince. Now, His Majesty was very unhappy with the crown prince. Not only did he take back the power that he had previously given the crown prince, but he also placed him under house arrest for a long time. Now that the crown prince had finally gotten rid of his punishment, he wanted to do this again. No one knew how His Majesty would react. Chu Luyue did not take Rong Jin to heart at all. She only felt that he was sick in the head regarding his various actions today. After returning to the academy, she simply tidied up and went to the second floor to cultivate. She sat cross-legged, held her breath, and focused as she quickly absorbed the surrounding heaven and earth force. Time passed bit by bit. The force gathered in Chu Liuyue's body became more and more abundant. In her dantian, the water droplet that had been quietly floating all this while started to move. Chu Liyue was elated. Previously, she had already felt that she was about to break through to become a stage 2 warrior, but the water droplet refused to carve the second line. She focused her mind, gathered the force in her body into one, and rushed toward the water droplet. A shallow ripple finally appeared on the calm and smooth surface of the water. Chu Liyue was very nervous as she controlled her force to rush toward it again. Ripples gradually appeared on the water droplet. Even the first line that was carved on it seemed to have a slight ripple. Chu Liyue waited nervously. If she could break through, her pressure for tomorrow's competition would be greatly reduced. The most important thing was that she felt that a stage 1 warrior's level was too low. She stared at the water droplet closely. However, after a while, the ripples on it gradually calmed down. Chu Liyue was dazed on the spot. She took a closer look and indeed saw that the water droplet was as smooth as before. It was very clear that there was still only one line. She did not break through to become a stage 2 warrior. Chu Liyue stared in disbelief. She had never thought that after living for 2 lifetimes, she would be stuck at this level. Even breaking through to become a stage 2 warrior was so difficult. It was not an exaggeration to say that the heaven and earth force that she had absorbed during this period was enough for an ordinary cultivator to break through to become a stage 4 warrior. Otherwise, she would not have won those 2 competitions. However, this level of cultivation was still unwilling to be raised. She let out a sigh and weakly lay on the bed. The cultivation speed of the Daijing Yuan meridian was very fast. She originally thought that she could quickly increase her strength and return to the Tianling dynasty to take revenge. However, according to her current cultivation speed, she did not know how long she would have to wait for that day. Tell me, what's wrong with you? Other people cultivate very fast, but it's so slow for me. Chu Liyue muttered to herself. The water droplet in her dantian was calm like a bottomless pit, silently swallowing the rest of the force. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 217. On the third day of the Qingjiao competition. The sky was clear, and the breeze was warm. On this day, there were even more people in Jianghu Square compared to the previous 2 days. After all, it was the day of the finals, so many people were interested in it. Those who could stand out in the Qingjiao competition were usually very outstanding talents. Some aristocratic families also liked to choose young men or young ladies to marry. When Chu Liyue arrived, she felt a familiar gaze. She turned her head and saw Chu Ning in the crowd. He was sitting in the spectator seats behind Tianlu Academy. He was wearing casual clothes and clearly did not want to attract attention. When he saw Chu Liyue looking over, he immediately waved happily. Chu Liyue smiled and walked over. Father, why are you here today? I'm here to see you. Chu Ning looked at his daughter comfortingly. He had not seen her for a few days, but he missed her. It's a break today. I heard that you made it to the finals, so I came especially. As he watched, he asked. They said that you defeated 2 stage 4 warriors. Are you injured? Chu Liyue saw the worry in his eyes, and her heart warmed. Father, don't worry. I'm fine. Aren't I fine? Since you're here today, just stay here and watch. I won't disappoint you. Chu Ning was happy and worried at the same time. Just do your best. Your health is important. Do you understand? It's your first time participating in the Qingjiao competition. It's already very impressive that you made it to the top 10. You must be careful in the competition. After what happened at Wanling Mountain, his biggest wish now was for you, to be safe and healthy. Nothing else mattered. Chu Luiyue patted his arm. You knows what to do. Only then did Chu Ning nod. Anyway, he was here today, and he would not let anyone bully you. At this point, he inadvertently looked up and saw Rong Jin. His face turned cold as he asked, You, did the crown prince harass you yesterday? Chu Luiyue could not help but laugh. Everyone thought that the crown prince had changed his mind about her. Only her own father directly said that she was harassing him. He really was her biological father. He had nothing better to do. I didn't even bother with him. That's good, that's good. Almost overnight, many people knew that Rong Jin had taken the initiative to seek peace with Chu Luiyue. When he heard this, not only was he not happy at all, he even felt disgusted for a long time. How did Rong Jin treat my daughter back then? Now, he actually had the face to do so. We don't care about those things. If the crown prince restrains himself, then so be it. But if he dares to do this again, father will definitely not let him off. Although Chu Ning's voice was low, his expression was very serious. It was better to stay as far away from people like Rong Jin as possible. Chu Luiyue nodded. With father's words, you, is at ease. Please sit here for a while. I'll be back after the competition. Chu Ning hurriedly said, Go. Don't delay. Not long after Chu Luiyue took his seat, the competition officially began. The rules of the competition between the last 10 people were very simple. These 10 people would first have a ranking. Those who had participated in the Qingjiao competition would be at the front, and they would be ranked according to their best results. Those who had participated in the Qingjiao competition for the first time would be at the back, and they would be ranked according to their level. The top 3 from last year had all graduated, so they did not participate in this year's Qingjiao competition. Hence, the first person this year was Tai Yan Academy's Situ Ziyue, who had obtained 4th place last year. The second person was Rong Jin, who had obtained 5th place last year. The next few people were also people who had obtained good rankings in the previous Qingjiao competition. Only 2 of the freshmen this year entered the finals. One was Chu Luiyue. The other was Nanfeng Academy's Yichenjia. Yichenjia's level was a stage 3 warrior. Hence, as a stage 1 warrior, Chu Luiyue was ranked 10th. The 10 people went up on stage and took their wooden tokens with their rankings from Elder Sunday. Chu Luiyue glanced at his wooden token, and there was indeed a 10 written on it. Sun Zhongyan's gaze swept across the few of them. Now, all of you have your own rankings. In the finals, you will be split into 2 batches. The top 5 and the bottom 5. In the first round, the bottom 5 can choose an opponent from the top 5 and challenge them. If they succeed, their rankings will be swapped. If they fail, they will maintain their previous rankings. When the second round begins, everyone can challenge someone who is of a higher level than them. The competition will continue until no one challenges anyone else and accepts their rankings. Then, the first place will be decided. Chu Luiyue squinted his eyes. The rules were indeed simple, but they were also very cruel. If one wanted to obtain first place, not only did they have to win, but they also had to win continuously. Whether it was physically or mentally, it was an extremely long and torturous process. Lu Yu, you're ranked 10th now. You can choose first. Sun Zhongyan looked at Chu Luiyue, and his gaze was much gentler. Everyone looked over and guessed who Chu Luiyue would choose for the first challenge. Out of the 5, Rong Jin is from Tianlu Academy, just like her. Logically speaking, she shouldn't choose him. However, it's hard to say about the remaining 4. The lowest cultivation level among them is an intermediate stage 4 warrior. Chu Luiyue might not be their match. I think so too. Even Sang Yang, who's ranked 5th, can't be underestimated. Chu Luiyue probably doesn't have much chance of winning. Not to mention the first few. Zhong Yuanfeng, who's ranked 4th, is also a Xian master. These people have hopes of obtaining first place this year. Chu Luiyue will still be ranked 10th even if she loses to them. It's her first time participating in the Qingjiao competition. Such results are already praiseworthy. That's true. She's only 14 this year, and her future is limitless. If she waits for another year or two, she might even be able to obtain first place in the Qingjiao competition. The crowd discussed fervently. Chu Liuyue's gaze swept across the few people in front of her. Finally, her gaze landed on one of them. Her lips curled up into a smile. Tianlu Academy's Chu Luyue challenges Tai Yan Academy's Situ Ziyue. Once she said that, there was dead silence. Chu Luyue actually chose Situ Ziyue, who's ranked first. Is she crazy? Mobile users, please browse the internet for a better reading experience. Chapter 218. After a short silence, there was an uproar. The entire square was in an uproar. Chu Luyue actually chose Situ Ziyue. He's an advanced stage 4 warrior. Could it be that she purposely chose the strongest one because she has no chance of winning? This way, even if she loses, she won't look bad. But if that's the case, she'll lose very badly. Did you forget that Situ Ziyue is Situ Xingqian's brother? Chu Luyue and Situ Xingqian fell out so badly yesterday. It's hard to say if Situ Ziyue will make things difficult for her. What exactly is she thinking? I think she probably doesn't know who she is anymore after winning 2 matches. This time, she'll definitely fall hard. Situ Ziyue furrowed his brows and looked at the smiling girl in front of him. Are you sure? I'm sure. Lu Yu. Sun Zhongyan could not help but say worriedly. The first round of the competition is very important. Do you really want to challenge him? Actually, from his point of view, Chu Luyue was indeed not a match for the top 5. If she chose a relatively weaker opponent now, she might still be able to preserve her energy and get a better ranking in the second round. But now that she chose Situ Ziyue, she might not have the energy to fight again after this battle. Chu Luyue calmly and firmly nodded. I've already chosen. Seeing how determined Chu Luyue was, Sun Zhongyan knew that it was useless to persuade her, so he could only look at Situ Ziyue. Situ Ziyue, do you accept the challenge? Situ Ziyue smiled. Of course. Very quickly, the remaining few people also chose their opponents. But at this point, no one cared about that. Everyone's attention was on Chu Luyue and Situ Ziyue's match. The others left the stage one after another, and only the 2 of them were left. Their match was the first one. This Chu Luyue is really arrogant. She wants to challenge Ziyue the moment she comes up. She really doesn't know her own worth. Cheng Han did not hide his disdain and sarcasm. After these 2 days of competition, he couldn't stand Chu Luyue. Unexpectedly, she actually took the initiative to deliver herself to him. Ziyu is about to break through to the 5th stage. Does she think that she can defeat Ziyu after defeating Lei Mingwei and Jiang Yuan? How laughable. Xingqian, Ziyue has always doted on you the most. Today, he will definitely avenge you. Situ Xingqian listened by the side and felt a little relieved. However, she knitted her brows slightly as if she was worried. Big brother has always been stubborn. It won't be good if he uses too much force. Chu Luyue asked for it. She definitely knows about the relationship between you and Ziyu. She also knows about Ziyu's strength, but she still wants to challenge him. Even if she ends up half dead, she can't blame anyone. Such an arrogant person had to suffer some hardships. Situ Xingqian pursed her lips. The people behind him couldn't help but ask. Xingqian, you're too kind. He was still thinking about her at a time like this? When she said that to you yesterday, did she think about you? Exactly. People like her have to be taught a lesson. She might not appreciate your kindness. Situ Xingqian smiled warmly. I didn't think so much. I just heard that Chu Luyue had an incomplete Yuan meridian in the past, and it wasn't easy for her to cultivate. It won't be good if Big Brother uses too much force. I'll just believe in Big Brother. In the arena, Chu Luyue and Situ Ziyue faced each other from afar. Your courage is commendable. If you had chosen someone else, you might have gotten a better ranking. It's a pity that you chose me. This time, your Qing Jiao competition will end here. Situ Ziyue's tone was calm as if he was just stating a fact. In actual fact, his abilities did give him the right to say this. Chu Luyue held the dagger in his hand. It's not too late to say these words after you win against me. Then, he attacked first. He went straight for Situ Ziyue. Situ Ziyue sneered in his heart. Hearing this, Chu Luyue actually thinks that he can win against me. There's a huge difference between an intermediate stage 4 warrior and a peak stage 4 warrior. Besides, I'm only an inch away from a stage 5 warrior now. Seeing Chu Luyue rushing toward him, he quickly circulated his force, but he didn't dodge. In the blink of an eye, Chu Luyue was already in front of him. He waved his arm, and the dagger directly pierced Situ Ziyue's chest. The crowd was in an uproar. Chu Luyue's gaze turned cold. There wasn't a single trace of blood on Situ Ziyue's body. This is just his afterimage. She quickly turned around. Situ Ziyue is indeed behind me. Your reaction isn't slow. It's a pity that it's useless. Situ Ziyue said calmly. The crowd then saw that the Situ Ziyue that Chu Luyue had stabbed was gradually disappearing. I didn't expect Situ Ziyue's lightning flash footwork to reach such a level. His afterimage can almost be passed off as the real thing. I remember last year, his afterimage was just a blurry silhouette that wouldn't last long before disappearing. But now, he can actually last for such a long time. No matter how fast Chu Luyue is, compared to Situ Ziyue, he's still too far away. This is completely a one-sided suppression. I just don't know how Situ Ziyue plans to fight this match. If he's willing to end it quickly, it's fine. If he wants to teach Chu Luyue a lesson, then. Chu Luyue's gaze turned slightly and landed on Situ Ziyue's feet. When he moved, blue lightning would faintly appear under his feet. No wonder his speed was so fast. It seemed like this method wouldn't work. Since you've already made your move, then it's my turn now. Situ Ziyue said as he folded his hands in front of him. The icy blue force gathered and finally condensed on his right index finger. At first glance, that finger seemed to be burning with a ball of blue flame. Immediately, he stretched his hand forward and lightly tapped. Boom! A huge blue flame formed a finger and pressed towards Chu Luyue. Ice flame finger. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Chu Luyue, making him unable to move. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 219. With this finger, Chu Luyue would be severely injured even if she didn't die. Chu Luyue stared at the blue finger that was approaching her. She was very clear that the gap between the two of them was too big. Any small tricks or schemes would be useless at this moment. Therefore, she had to do her best. If she wanted to win, then, she flipped her wrist and took out 2 items from her Qingquan bag. At this moment, the finger was already in front of her. She was about to be completely crushed. The outside of the arena was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on this place. Chu Ning stood up abruptly and was extremely anxious. If Situ Ziyue dared to kill you, he would stop him no matter what. Sun Zhongyan was also frowning. He planned to make a move at any time. It didn't matter if Chu Luyue lost this round. However, if there were any serious sequelae, the loss would outweigh the gain. Moreover, if something happened to Chu Luyue, how would he explain it to his martial uncle? Voila! The burning flame on the giant finger suddenly flew out rapidly and completely surrounded Chu Luyue. Exclamations came from the crowd. It's over. Chu Luyue will lose for sure. How is it just losing for sure? That ice flame finger is one of Situ Ziyue's trump cards. It's extremely powerful. I heard that there was once someone who wanted to assassinate him but was killed by Situ Ziyue in the end. I'm afraid Chu Luiyue won't be able to withstand this flame. If she admits defeat now, she might suffer less. God! What is Situ Ziyue trying to do? In the arena, Situ Ziyue was crazily pouring his force into the ice flame finger. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The flames, which were already surging fiercely, suddenly surged up. Chu Luiyue's figure completely disappeared. Under the ice flame finger, a clear indentation had already appeared on the white jade floor. The ground around the flame that surrounded Chu Luiyue was directly charred black. Was he trying to kill Chu Luiyue? Sun Zhongyan suddenly stood up. Situ Ziyu. Are you trying to kill me on the spot? Before Situ Ziyu could say anything, Qinghan had already spoken. Brother Qinghan, why are you in such a hurry? Chu Luiyue had the wooden token of the Qing Jiao competition on him. If something really happened, the wooden token would automatically crack open as a warning. But now, wasn't he still fine? Why are you so worried? Sun Zhongyan was so angry that his face turned pale. Of course, he knew that Chu Luiyue was still alive. But if he waited until the wooden tablet cracked, it would be too late. That girl was his martial uncle's only disciple after so many years. She was also a genius that he thought highly of. If she died just like that, he would definitely not let the matter rest. Qinghan. You have to think carefully. If something happens to her, you won't be able to afford it. Qinghan did not think so. Instead, he laughed and said, didn't Brother Zhongyan say yesterday that the children had a sense of propriety? I watched Ziyue grow up. He has always been steady and would never do anything overboard. Sun Zhongyan knew that Qinghan was just being unreasonable. He could not be bothered with him and decided to charge forward. Qinghan also stood up with a cold expression on his face. Brother Zhongyan, are you going to break the rules first? Sun Zhongyan did not say anything and was about to make a move. Chu Luiyue was enveloped in that ball of fire, and there was no movement at all. He was afraid that something bad was going to happen. On the other side, Chu Ning had already jumped down from her seat and rushed toward the arena. However, at that moment, the situation on the arena suddenly changed. With Chu Luiyue as the center, several silver streams of light suddenly appeared. Buzz! A strange buzzing sound could be heard. It instantly spread throughout the entire Jiangnan square. Sun Zhongyan suddenly looked up, and Chu Ning immediately stopped as well. The silver streams of light were still increasing. Moreover, they were intertwining. Situ Ziyu gradually frowned, and a trace of uneasiness appeared in his heart. For some reason, he seemed to have sensed a dangerous aura. Buzz! The buzzing sound became clearer and clearer. The intertwining streams of light finally formed. Fu Yunshan stood up in shock. A fourth-level Xian formation. This kind of pressure, this kind of aura, and that complicated pattern, as a Xian master, Sun Zhongyan had already realized something the moment the streams of light appeared. At that moment, when he saw the gigantic Xian formation on the arena, his heart raced. That was indeed a fourth-level Xian formation. A clear female voice suddenly rang out. Buddha Lotus Formation. The streams of light intertwined on the Xian formation, and it looked like a lotus flower that was blooming beautifully. Boom! 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 A terrifying aura spread out from the Xian formation. At the same time, the ice fire finger that was approaching Chu Luiyue suddenly shattered. The flames that had originally enveloped her fell like sparks and scattered in all directions. A slender and straight figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Gasps could be heard from the crowd. Chu Luiyue was actually not dead. In fact, her body was unharmed, and there were no injuries at all. She was holding a palm-sized black crystal in her hand. Countless streams of light were flowing out from that crystal. It's the black crystal Xian formation. Someone cried out in surprise. After a momentary daze, almost everyone's face was filled with shock. It was normal for a Xian master to be able to activate a black crystal Xian formation, but Chu Luiyue was clearly a stage 2 Xian master. How could she activate a 4th-level black crystal Xian formation? Situ Xingqian, on the other hand, lost her composure and widened her eyes as she stared at Chu Liuyue's other hand. A small crystal ball was faintly discernible. That's crystal barrier. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 220. A gigantic silver Buddha lotus bloomed in the arena. When the petals gently waved, they easily swallowed the blue flames and extinguished them. Everything was carried out silently, but it was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Situ Ziyue's move, which was supposed to win, was actually resolved by Chu Liyue just like that. Seeing that Chu Liyue was unharmed, Chu Ning's anxious heart finally calmed down. Even though he knew that Yu wouldn't risk her life, he couldn't help but worry when he saw it with his own eyes. Thankfully, she can always make me feel at ease at the crucial moment. Sun Zhongmian's actions also suddenly paused as he stared at the arena in shock. What exactly happened just now? How did Chu Liyue withstand Situ Ziyue's attack and activate the 4th-level Xian formation? However, a thought surfaced in his mind uncontrollably. During the midterm assessment back then, I felt that this girl seemed to be hiding her abilities. Now, it seems like it's true. Qinghan finally couldn't sit still, but before he could speak, Situ Xingqian had already stood up and hurriedly walked forward with a face full of disbelief. How can this be? How can this be? Situ Xingqian couldn't help but mumble softly, not daring to believe her eyes. She really hoped that she saw wrongly. However, the crystal barrier is indeed in Chu Liuyue's hands. This is the only way to explain why Chu Liyue was unharmed after Situ Ziyue's attack. Xingqian. What's wrong? Sensing her abnormality, Qinghan couldn't care about anything else and immediately went forward to ask. Situ Xingqian subconsciously clenched her fists. It seems like I've indeed neglected too many things. This Chu Liyue is hiding too many secrets. She took a deep breath in, suppressed her emotions, and shook her head. Nothing. I'm just a little worried about brother. Qinghan patted her shoulders. Don't worry. Chu Liyue is just a stage 2 Xian master. She must have used up most of her energy to activate the black crystal Xian formation. She can't completely unleash its effects. After all, Ziyue is a stage 4 warrior. Chu Liyue won't be his match. She just needs to spend more effort. Situ Xingqian took a look and indeed saw that Chu Liyue's lips were a little pale. She then relaxed and returned to her seat. The others quickly noticed this as well. The people from Tianlu Academy who had just heaved a sigh of relief started to worry again. How did Chu Liyue activate that 4th-level black crystal profound formation? This problem isn't the most important thing right now. The most important thing is that with her strength, she won't be able to hold on for long. I'm afraid this match is still dangerous. Situ Ziyue's strength is tyrannical after all. If Chu Liyue was a true level 4 mystic cultivator, his chances of victory would definitely be extremely high, but now, Chu Liyue ignored all these discussions. At this moment, all of her energy was focused on the black crystal Xian formation. After returning from Wanling mountain range, she thought about it and felt that she was in a very dangerous situation. If she didn't have any trump cards, she wouldn't be safe. Hence, she went to Zhenbao Pavilion and bought it from Second Master Yan. She originally wanted to use it when she was in danger, but the situation was urgent now, so she couldn't care less. The level 4 mystic formation engraved on it didn't consume much force, so she could activate it with her own strength. However, she couldn't unleash its full power. There were actually 2 layers to the lotus on the mystic formation. However, with her current strength, she could only activate 1 layer. The other layer still didn't have any movement. After a short while, she could already feel the strength in her body rapidly depleting. It wouldn't be long before he would collapse. This could temporarily stop Situ Ziyue, but it was still very difficult for her to win. No wonder you dared to challenge me directly. It turns out that you have such confidence. Situ Ziyue's expression gradually turned cold. However, if you think you can win like this, you're too naive. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly leaped up. At the same time, a saber suddenly appeared in his hand. It was a long saber that was greenish-black in color. The blade wasn't sharp and was even a little blunt. There was a strange pattern engraved on the blade. It's the Ling Xiao saber. Someone suddenly cried out in alarm. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The Ling Xiao saber was a national treasure of country Xing Luo's royal family. It was rumored that the founding emperor of country Xing Luo used this Ling Xiao saber to carve out a piece of the world. Not only was the Ling Xiao saber powerful, but it was also a symbol of status. Now that it was in Situ Ziyue's hands, it almost proved that he was the next emperor of country Xing Luo. It's your honor to be able to force me to use the Ling Xiao saber, Situ Ziyue said coldly. At the same time, he held the saber with both hands and slashed it down fiercely. A terrifying greenish-black blade flew out quickly. Chi! In the blink of an eye, the blade directly pierced through the center of the blooming lotus. The huge mystic formation was instantly split in half. Whoosh! This slash directly split the mystic formation, and countless violent forces scattered in all directions. Chu Luyue quickly retreated, but she was still affected by the force of the attack. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying force crashed into her body. Her internal organs seemed to have been squeezed into a ball. Pooh! Chu Luyue's chest shook, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered on her lapel and dyed it red. As for her aura, it instantly withered away. Situ Ziyue's movements were too fast. She didn't even have time to use the colored glass barrier. The originally dazzling mystic formation began to dim at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone watched this scene in silence. Everyone could see that Chu Luyue was bound to lose this time. Even if she was at her peak, she might not be Situ Ziyue's opponent, let alone now when she was heavily injured. Situ Ziyue held the Ling Xiao saber and looked down at Chu Luyue. His eyes were indifferent, as if he was looking at an ant. After a moment, his thin lips opened slightly and coldly spat out a few words. You overestimate yourself. As he spoke, he raised his saber again. This time, it's time to end it. Chu Luyue looked up and saw the second saber flying towards her at an even faster speed. She swung her arm and threw out the colored glass barrier. A transparent enchantment with a faint silver glow enveloped her in an instant. Bang! The saber collided with the colored glass barrier and made a dull sound. However, the glazed barrier only shook slightly before it quickly devoured the terrifying power. Chu Luyue, who was standing inside, was not affected at all. After Situ Ziyue saw clearly what it was, a look of disgust flashed across his eyes. Extremely cunning. Do you really think that you can hide in here forever? Chu Luyue wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and glanced at him. Don't worry, I won't make you wait for long. What? Situ Ziyue frowned and saw Chu Luyue sitting cross-legged inside the colored glass barrier. Then, she placed her hands on her knees and closed her eyes. The corner of Situ Ziyue's eyes twitched. Chu Luyue swallowed the thick smell of blood in her mouth and said word by word. Wait for me to break through first. God damn it, she actually wants to break through at this time. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from the Love Network. Chapter 221. Chu Luyue only realized that something was wrong with her dantian after Situ Ziyue used the Ling Xiao saber to break the Xian formation. She didn't feel anything then, but after the black crystal Xian formation backfired, the water droplet in her dantian seemed to be stimulated by something and started to spin rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had already swallowed all the force that was stored in her dantian. And it didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. She then realized that she was about to break through. During the intense battle with Situ Ziyue, she had been waiting and thinking of ways to break through to become a stage 2 warrior, but nothing happened. Who would have thought that at this moment, Chu Luyue was speechless when she said it out loud. This kind of probability was really hard to come by. Luckily, she had the crystal barrier that Rong Xiu left behind, which could help her hold on for a while. Otherwise, she would have to admit defeat and leave the stage. After clearing her mind, Chu Luiyue closed her eyes and started to absorb the surrounding heaven and earth force in an attempt to break through. Soon, the rich heaven and earth force surged toward her and entered her body through the crystal barrier. Everyone in the square was dead silent when they saw this scene. Some even rubbed their eyes hard to make sure that they weren't seeing things. Chu Luiyue, she's actually trying to break through in the middle of the Qingjiao competition. What? What is going on? Situ Ziyue was embarrassed and angry. Chu Liuyue's actions were simply looking down on him. He swung his saber again to attack, but the crystal barrier was too strong and couldn't be broken. Chu Luiyue sat inside and didn't move at all. She was focused on breaking through. Situ Ziyue only felt that he had been greatly humiliated. He clenched his saber's hilt tightly and couldn't wait to cut the crystal barrier open and finish Chu Luiyue off completely. When Qinghan saw this situation, he also felt that he could not keep his face. Brother Zhongyan, isn't Chu Luiyue going overboard by doing this? She's looking down on Ziyue and the Qingjiao competition. Sun Zhongyan was also stunned by Chu Liuyue's actions. However, she was one of them, so he had to side with her. Oh. Lu Yu is just trying to break through. She's not cheating or anything. Brother Qinghan, aren't you going overboard? I don't think so. Chen pointed at Chu Luiyue, who was on the stage, with an ugly expression on her face. The Qingjiao competition is a competition, not a place for cultivation. If she didn't do it on purpose, why did she choose to break through at this moment? Who knows how long it will take for her to break through? I don't think there's any need to continue this competition. All sorts of situations can happen on the path of cultivation. Not to mention this little girl, even this old man can't control the timing of my breakthrough. How can this be wrong? What's more, Ziyu could also take advantage of this opportunity to recuperate. It wouldn't be considered a loss, right? If the competition is Liuyue's, of course, Chu Luiyue loses. Sigh. She hasn't lost yet. Why did she admit defeat? Moreover, the result of the competition might be different after she breaks through. At the very least, it'll be a draw. Qinghan gritted his teeth and cursed Sun Zhongyan for being so shameless. A draw? How could Chu Luiyue be worthy of a draw with Situ Ziyue? Sun Zhongyan chuckled and asked, why? Brother Qinghan, are you worried that Lu Yu will win the competition after she breaks through? Qinghan sneered. You seem to think highly of her. Win? Chu Luiyue has to have the ability to do so. Situ Ziyue suddenly said, since the competition isn't over yet, I'll wait. He wanted to see how much Chu Liuyue's abilities would increase after breaking through in such a big way. Since Situ Ziyue had said so, the others naturally couldn't object. Hence, they all quieted down. Time passed by slowly. Qinghan gradually became impatient and sized up the crystal barrier around Chu Luiyue. This Chu Luiyue really hid her abilities well. She actually has such a treasure with her. No wonder she was so arrogant previously. I think that she relied on this item to safely dodge Ziyue's ice flame finger. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction and even a little jealousy. This crystal barrier was extremely precious, and even he couldn't find it. Chu Liuyue's identity wasn't the most prestigious, but she had quite a few good items on her. I wonder where she found this item. She might have used some tricks. Situ Xingchen listened at the side and didn't say anything, but she felt upset. I've only seen one person with this item. If I didn't see wrongly, this crystal barrier clearly belongs to that person. If not, even the tiny engravings on it wouldn't be exactly the same. How could Chu Luiyue have such a precious item? Of course, someone gave it to her. However, what kind of relationship does that person have with Chu Luiyue? Why is he so good that he would give her the crystal barrier? Situ Xingchen couldn't think of anything on Chu Luiyue that could be exchanged for the crystal barrier. Also, according to that person's character, if he wasn't willing, who could snatch his things away? At the thought of this, Situ Xingshan's heart felt like it was being scratched, and she felt terrible. She had been in the imperial city for a few days, but she hadn't seen that person. To avoid arousing suspicion, she didn't even purposely send people to find out. However, she couldn't sit still now. Chu Luiyue ignored all the noise around her, focused, and started to prepare for the breakthrough. However, she quickly realized that she didn't need to do much. The water droplet in her dantian was spinning rapidly, and ripples spread out from it. Even the engravings on it floated along with it. The surrounding heaven and earth force kept surging in and flowed into her dantian through her limbs and bones before being swallowed by the water droplet. The ripples became bigger and bigger. Chu Luiyue couldn't help but feel nervous. What she didn't know was that a force whirlpool had appeared above her head along with this movement. The onlookers could also clearly feel the fluctuations of origin power around her. Some people started to whisper to each other. Wasn't Chu Luiyue a stage 1 warrior previously? Even if she broke through, she should have become a stage 2 warrior, right? But why is the movement so big? You felt it too. I even felt that there wasn't such a movement when I broke through to become a stage 3 warrior back then. But she's already very strong, so this seems normal. Baichen glanced at Sun Zhongyan and softly asked, Elder Sun, what do you think? Sun Zhongyan's expression was solemn. This movement is indeed unusual. Normal cultivators will only form a force whirlpool when they break through to become a stage 4 warrior. Bai Chen was shocked. You mean, she might break through consecutively? Sun Zhongyan shook his head. That's not very possible. Consecutively breaking through is just a rumor. In fact, normal cultivators can't do it. But it seems like there's another reason for her to do this. What is it? Sun Zhongyan pursed his lips. Looking at Chu Luiyue in the arena, a vague thought flashed through his mind. But because this thought was too shocking, he didn't dare to believe it for a moment. After a while, he finally looked at Baichen seriously. When this girl entered the academy, what was her Yuan Meridian level? Baichen was stunned. Yuan Meridian level? She didn't take it. Because she entered the academy halfway and didn't prepare enough for the exam, she didn't take it. He felt a little guilty when he said the second half of the sentence. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't prepare enough, but he felt that Chu Luiyue wouldn't be able to pass the exam, so he didn't prepare for it. Sun Zhongyan saw through his thoughts at a glance, but he didn't expose him. In fact, it wasn't just Bai Chen. Everyone thought so at that time. Who would have expected that in just a few months, Chu Luiyue would become the best in their academy? Why? Do you think there's a problem with her Yuan Meridian? As Bai Chen spoke, he suddenly realized something and widened his eyes in shock. Wait a minute. Elder Sun was asking about Chu Luiyue's Yuan Meridian level. Could he be suspecting that Chu Luiyue has a Daijing Yuan Meridian? That's impossible. Bai Chen couldn't help but mutter. One had to know that in the entire country Yaochen, there hadn't been a Daijing Yuan Meridian in 100 years. Sun Zhongyan's gaze was grave, but his heart was beating wildly. Without a test, no one can say for sure. It was fine if he didn't think of this, but once this thought popped up, he couldn't suppress it. This was the only way to explain why Chu Luiyue's cultivation speed was so fast after recovering her Yuan Meridian and stepping into the path of cultivation. Otherwise, how could she rely on her rank as a stage 1 warrior to win consecutively? Just as his heart was in a mess because of this, there was a sudden fluctuation in the arena. Chu Luiyue had broken through. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 222. Crimson red force surged out from Chu Luiyue's body and enveloped her like a blazing flame. The aura on her body had already risen to its peak. Chu Luiyue only saw that there seemed to be an invisible hand on the water droplet that steadily drew a second line. Bang! In her mind, there was a soft and clear sound. Her internal and external injuries quickly healed and the force in her dantian was even more abundant than before. In the next moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. A faint red glow flashed across her clear and sharp eyes. Rank 2 warrior. She looked at her palm and felt the surging force in her body. She couldn't help but smile. She finally broke through. After such a long wait, her previous efforts were not in vain. Although she didn't know why she suddenly broke through today, but, at this very moment, it was indeed a good thing for her. Seeing Chu Luiyue break through, the originally quiet plaza became restless again. Chu Luiyue raised her hand and kept the crystal barrier. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Situ Ziyue, who was standing opposite her, and smiled. Sorry to keep you waiting. Situ Ziyue quietly sized up Chu Luiyue and unconsciously frowned. Chu Luiyue's breakthrough this time actually didn't take too much time. It only took about the time for an incense stick to burn. But after breaking through, she was obviously different from before. The most obvious thing was that the aura on her body was much stronger than before. In addition, the injuries on her body seemed to have mostly healed because of the breakthrough just now. She had only broken through from a rank 1 warrior to a rank 2 warrior. How did Chu Luiyue's body undergo such a huge change? He raised the Ling Shao saber in his hand and the icy blue force quickly enveloped it. The strange pattern on it was faintly discernible. This time, you shouldn't have any other reason to delay the match, right? It's time to end it. Chu Luiyue chuckled. What a coincidence, I think so too. As she spoke, she picked up the black crystal Xian formation again. With a thought, force gushed out. Buzz buzz. The black crystal Xian formation shone brightly. Soon, streaks of light flew out again. It quickly formed a huge Xian formation under Chu Luiyue's feet. The originally dimmed Buddhist lotus slowly bloomed once more. Situ Ziyue sneered. Do you think you can win by using the same trick twice? The Ling Shao saber in his hand suddenly slashed down. Falling clouds of flowers. Following this shout, the pattern on the blade suddenly moved. Then, a small cloud creeper flower suddenly bloomed. The trumpet flower slowly moved along the groove on the blade. With every inch he moved, the trumpet flowers grew a little bigger. When it slid to the tip of the blade, the trumpet flower was almost as big as a lantern. Go! Situ Ziyue shouted in a low voice. The trumpet flower flew up gracefully, falling towards Chu Luiyue. Compared to the Buddhist lotus blooming under Chu Luiyue's feet, the trumpet flower was much smaller. It was not even as big as one of the petals. However, no one dared to underestimate this cloud creeper flower. It slowly flew forward, and cracks gradually appeared on the ground that it passed by. One could see how strong its suppression was. Chu Luiyue looked up and glanced at it. Even though there was still a distance between them, she could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in it. The indescribable suppression made her body tense up, and she found it hard to breathe. Falling clouds of flowers? Isn't that one of the 3 ultimate moves of the Ling Shao saber? Situ Ziyue can actually use it now? It seems like he's really going to break through and become a stage 5 warrior. The force in his body is actually so abundant. He seems to be only 21 years old this year. Speaking of which, he's even younger than Rong Jin, but he's only one step away from becoming a stage 5 warrior. If he breaks through, he'll probably become the youngest stage 5 warrior. Seeing the trumpet flower in the air, the crowd couldn't hide their shock as they discussed fervently. Rong Jin, who had been watching this competition from the side, had a cold expression when he heard this. He was the most famous genius in country Yaochen, but he was indeed lacking compared to Situ Ziyue. In the past few years, the two of them had fought a few times, but Rong Jin lost more than he won. This was especially so in the Qingjiao competition last year, where he lost completely. He originally thought that after a year of cultivation, he could catch up to Situ Ziyue and even surpass him. However, looking at the current situation, the gap between the two of them had become even bigger. Not mentioning other things, just the Buddha lotus formation that Chu Luiyue used just now already required a lot of effort for him to deal with it. Thinking of this, he felt even more aggrieved. His jaw tightened, and the surrounding aura was as cold as ice. The trumpet flower was getting closer and closer. However, if the surrounding people took a closer look, they would notice that Chu Luiyue wasn't panicking at all. She retracted her gaze and quietly looked at the black Xian formation in her hands. Success or failure depends on this, muttered Chu Luiyue softly. Then, she injected all the force in her body into it without holding back. Hong! A sound suddenly came from the black Xian formation. Situ Ziyue chuckled. You're about to die, yet you still don't regret. Suddenly, the mocking smile at the corner of his mouth froze. His eyes were filled with shock. He saw that under Chu Luiyue's feet, under the Buddha lotus that was slowly blooming, countless rays of light were gathering. In just an instant, even more petals had formed. Chu Luiyue had actually activated the second layer of the Buddha lotus on the black Xian formation. In other words, she had used her own strength to activate the full power of this level 4 Xian formation. Looking at the Buddha lotus that was passionately blooming with layers of petals, Situ Ziyue's heart suddenly felt uneasy. It wasn't that he didn't know the power of a level 4 Xian formation. At this moment, the trumpet flower had already flown in front of Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue suddenly waved her hand in front of her. That Buddhist lotus also suddenly moved forward according to her will. Its speed wasn't fast, but the distance between the trumpet flower and Chu Luiyue was already not far. Therefore, it didn't take much time for the Buddha lotus and the trumpet flower to confront each other. Buzz! The petals of the Buddha lotus swayed gently. The trumpet flower's flying speed suddenly decreased by a lot. Buzz! The layers of petals swayed with the wind. The trumpet flower had completely stopped. It was hanging right above the Buddha lotus. Chu Luiyue's clear voice instantly rang out, "Close." As her voice fell, the petals of the Buddha lotus started to close gradually. The trumpet flower seemed to have lost control and fell down. The layers of petals instantly closed up and completely covered it. Situ Ziyue's face suddenly paled a little. After some time, the Buddha lotus bloomed again. Its petals were already damaged by a lot. It was obvious that it had used up a lot of energy in the fight just now. However, the Buddha lotus that was originally aggressive now looked like it had been defeated. It fell to the ground dispiritedly, without any signs of life. Situ Ziyue suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 223. At the same time, his aura quickly weakened. Ling Xiao blade was connected to him. Now that his move was broken, he would naturally suffer a backlash. He was furious and indignant. He wanted to stand up immediately, but he was too anxious, and anger attacked his heart. This movement caused him to fall to the ground and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face was as pale as a ghost. "Brother!" Situ Xingchen frantically stood up and rushed toward the competition venue. But when she reached the side of the venue, a voice suddenly traveled to her ears. "Eldest Princess Situ, if you go on stage now, it'll be considered his loss." Situ Xingchen's body froze, and she stopped in her tracks as she turned around. Chu Luiyue was standing on stage and looked at her lazily in a seemingly smiling manner. Situ Xingchen clenched her fists in her sleeves. "Chu Luiyue." "Yes, I'm here." Chu Luiyue seemed to not hear the anger in Situ Xingchen's voice as he lifted his chin. "I think your brother still wants to fight. It doesn't seem appropriate for you to go up now." Situ Xingchen was so angry that her face changed. She looked at Situ Ziyue again. Standing closer, she could see the messy bloodstains on his face and body even more clearly. Her heart seemed to have been harshly stabbed with a knife, and it hurt immensely. "Brother." Situ Ziyue heard her voice and looked up with much difficulty. "Xingchen, go back." As he spoke, he supported his body and tried to stand up. But his internal injuries were too serious, so he fell down again when he stood up halfway. Situ Xingchen's eyes were quickly filled with tears. In her heart, her brother had always been the most outstanding warrior genius. He was always high-spirited and full of vigor, proud of himself. When had he ever been in such a pathetic state? And the person who caused all of this was Chu Luiyue. Brother, Sita Xingqian wanted to persuade him not to continue, but anyone could tell that he no longer had the strength to fight. Even though Chu Luiyue's strength was depleted, and his lips were pale, he wasn't injured. If the two of them continued fighting, the outcome wouldn't change. Instead, it would make her brother's situation worse. But she couldn't say this out loud. Her brother was such a proud person, how could he admit to losing to a rank 2 warrior? Chu Luiyue looked at Situ Ziyue with a smile. If you still want to continue, I will accompany you to the end. In other words, if Situ Ziyu did not take the initiative to admit defeat, she would continue to fight to the death. Everyone looked at this scene with complicated expressions. Before the match, no, before the time it took for an incense stick to burn, who would have thought that Chu Luiyue would gain the upper hand in the end? Moreover, he was actually able to force Situ Ziyu to such an extent. Cheng Han finally couldn't stand it any longer. Xingqian, help your brother down. Situ Xingqian glanced at him hesitantly before she finally lifted her skirt and prepared to go on stage. No, no. Situ Ziyu shook his head, his brows tightly knitted together. If he were to step down now, wouldn't he lose completely? Bring him down. Cheng Han's voice became much harsher. Situ Xingqian paused in her steps, but she still stepped forward in the end. Everyone fell silent for a moment. This meant that Situ Ziyue had lost. Brother, let's go down. Situ Xingqian held his arm and said with heartache. Situ Ziyu was furious as he angrily waved his arm, wanting to fling her away. However, his actions were weak, and he couldn't even break free from Situ Xingqian's grip. Situ Xingqian bit her lower lip and finally understood why her mentor directly asked her to help her brother down. He's actually so severely injured. Situ Xingqian helped Situ Ziyu up without any explanation. Brother, let's talk when we get back. Situ Ziyu didn't want to leave with his tail between his legs. That would be a huge humiliation. However, he knew his own body's condition very well. Even if he continued to stay, he wouldn't have any chances of winning. He stared deeply at Chu Luiyue, his eyes filled with anger and hatred. Chu Luiyue ignored him and continued to wave with a smile. Take care. Situ Ziyu spat out another mouthful of blood. Situ Xingqian's heart tightened, and she finally couldn't help but turn around and stare at Chu Luiyue. She enunciated each word clearly and said, Mentor once told me not to be depressed when I lose and not to be arrogant when I win. If not, I don't know when I'll suffer a huge setback. When that time comes, it'll definitely be very painful. Chu Luiyue blinked. Director Cheng Han is indeed a person of virtue and prestige, and his words are very logical. However, her gaze turned and landed on Situ Ziyu as she regretfully said, Unfortunately, it's a pity. Your brother doesn't seem to have heard of this before. Look, he suffered a huge setback in front of me, didn't he? Situ Xingqian was stumped. I've never seen such a shameless person who inverts right and wrong. Situ Ziyu was about to faint from anger. He raised his arm as if he wanted to do something, but it drooped down weakly in the end. I hope you'll always be so smug. Situ Xingqian stared deeply at Chu Luiyue and didn't say anything else as she turned around and left with Situ Ziyu. Chu Luiyue watched the two of them leave, and her lips curled up. Thank you for your blessings. I'll definitely work hard. Situ Xingqian's heart was in turmoil. How did that person interact with such a woman? Scheming, cunning, scheming. What exactly is he thinking? Could it be, just because of that face? Situ Xingqian's heart was filled with thoughts. Even after she brought Situ Ziyu away, her heart still couldn't calm down. However, Chu Luiyue didn't even care about them. She only cared about one thing now. Elder son, according to the rules, I'm now in the second round, right? Sun Zhongyan's heart couldn't be described with the word shocked. Chu Liuyue's series of performances had already made him extremely proud and elated. When he thought of that possibility again, he really couldn't like Chu Liuyue anymore. Of course. He looked around and said confidently, Tian Zhongyan, this is the first round. For this round, Tian Lu Academy's Chu Liuyue wins. Qingjiao competition's preliminary ranking, Chu Liuyue succeeded in his challenge and is ranked first. His low and deep voice instantly reverberated throughout the entire square. Mobile users, please browse the internet for a better reading experience. Chapter 224. Chu Liuyue actually succeeded in her challenge. Sun Zhongyan's voice was like a clap of thunder that instantly woke everyone up from their shock. That's right. She had challenged Situ Ziyue, who was ranked first. Now that Situ Ziyue had admitted defeat, she naturally became first. Even though they had seen the competition with their own eyes, this fact was still unbelievable. Not only had Chu Liuyue won, but she had also broken through in the process. This sounded like a fairy tale, but it had actually happened before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. Even the Tian Lu Academy crowd was dumbfounded and could not recover from their shock for a long time. Chu Liuyue's lips curled up slightly before she left the stage. However, she did not return to her seat directly. Instead, she walked toward Chu Ning. Father. When Chu Ning saw her coming down, she quickly walked up to her and grabbed her arm. She looked her up and down and asked nervously, are you okay? The competition had been so intense just now, and he had watched from the side with trepidation. Chu Liuyue spread her hands and smiled until her eyes curved into crescents. You're a stage 5 warrior. Can't you tell if I'm injured? Chu Ning had personally checked her and found that other than using too much force, she did not have any serious problems. Thus, he was relieved. Upon hearing this, he could not help but laugh. So what if you're a stage 5 warrior? Now, are you or can defeat a peak stage 4 warrior? I'm afraid that before long, even I won't be your opponent. He was worried, but he was also proud and happy. The competition just now could be said to have been a perilous one. He was very clear that if you had not broken through at the last moment, they would have definitely lost this round. Fortunately, it was a close call in the end. Chu Liuyue winked playfully. How is that the same? Father will always be the most powerful in you's heart. However, this time, you can finally rest assured, right? After the Wanling Mountain incident, Chu Ning did not say anything on the surface, but she knew in her heart that he was traumatized. Even when both of them were at home, he would often call her name. If he couldn't see it for a while, he would be nervous and anxious. After experiencing the loss of his daughter, he began to worry about his gains and losses. Chu Liuyue wanted to make him feel at ease, so he didn't play any extra tricks on the field today and went all out. Now that he won against Situ Ziyue, Chu Ning was clearly much more appeased. How could Chu Ning not know what she was thinking? Emotions surged in his heart, and even his eyes became a little hot. He squeezed Chu Liuyue's shoulder. His lips moved, but his throat seemed to be choked. After a while, he said, You is naturally the best. Chu Liuyue smiled obediently. Then I'll go back first. Maybe someone will challenge me later. You should also go back and sit down. Chu Ning agreed and urged her to get some rest. The two of them separated and returned to their respective positions. However, Chu Ning's gaze never left Chu Liuyue's body. He watched her walk back, watched the crowd from Tian Lu Academy cheering enthusiastically, and watched countless people looking at her with envy and amazement. Chu Ning let out a long sigh. His eyes were slightly red, but he couldn't help but smile. His was no longer the cowardly girl who could be bullied by others. Now, she was like the sun in the clouds, shining brightly. Chu Liuyue's return was once again welcomed by the people from the academy. However, she keenly sensed that the atmosphere seemed to be different from yesterday. How should she put it? Everyone seemed to have an inexplicable respect for her. Whether it was their speech, actions, or anything else, they seemed to be more reserved than before. The way they looked at her was also a little strange. Chu Luiyue touched her face. Is there something on my face? Everyone was silent for a moment. Si Yang gave her a thumbs up. You have the glow of a genius. Chu Luiyue was speechless. Si Yang's glib tongue was just like a dog's mouth. Nothing good could come out of it. She looked at Mu Hongyu. What's wrong with them? She just went up to fight. Why did she feel that something was wrong when she came back? Mu Hongyu hugged the golden maned bear cub and looked at Chu Luiyue. She swallowed her saliva with difficulty. Luyu, did you deliberately hide your strength before? That was Situ Ziyue. She actually won too. She even made him vomit blood. Think about how arrogant he was before. In the blink of an eye, he was completely defeated. Chu Luiyue pondered for a moment. Which time are you talking about? Mu Hongyu was speechless. How many times? She closed her eyes. Pretend I didn't ask. Her brain must have short-circuited for her to ask such a question. From the moment she entered the academy until now, which one of her achievements didn't show her extraordinary talent and strength? To think that she always felt that the gap between them wasn't that big. I must cultivate diligently in the future. Tsunhu nodded vigorously. Me too. Gu Mingfeng looked up at Chu Luiyue and gave her a meaningful look. Chu Luiyue was speechless. She returned to her seat and sat down. The surroundings gradually quieted down, but the curious and amazed gazes did not decrease at all. She didn't care and planned to close her eyes and rest. However, Si Ting suddenly spoke up. Who gave you the crystal barrier? Chu Luiyue looked at him in confusion. Who? Si Ting narrowed his eyes. The person you like. Chu Luiyue paused and nodded slightly. Yes. Si Ting was silent for a moment. You seem to really like him. With that, he turned his head. Chu Luiyue was stunned. Why did Si Ting say that so strangely? Didn't she just use the crystal barrier? But seeing that he didn't seem to want to talk about it, she didn't ask anymore. She took out the small silver ball and played with it in her hand. Si Ting sighed softly in his heart. At this moment, he could finally let it go completely. He thought that it was just an excuse, but he didn't expect it to be true. Perhaps, even she herself did not realize that when she mentioned that person, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up into a smile, just how moving it was. He didn't know who had the luck to win her heart. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 225. After Chu Luiyue won this round, the situation in the arena immediately changed. The remaining few people looked at her from time to time with different expressions, but they were obviously more serious. They thought that Chu Luiyue would be at the bottom of the last 10 people, but who knew that she would defeat Situ Ziyue and take first place? This time, they had to reevaluate Chu Luiyue. Previously, when she was a Stage 1 warrior, she defeated 2 Stage 4 warriors consecutively. After breaking through to Stage 2, she even defeated a Stage 4 warrior. This result was enough to make Chu Luiyue famous. If they wanted to take first place, they had to surpass Chu Luiyue. Sun Zhongyan looked at a young man from Nanfeng Academy. Yichenjia, it's your turn to choose. Yichenjia was ranked 9th in front of Chu Luiyue. According to the rules, it was his turn to choose one of the top 5 to challenge. Yichenjia seemed to be prepared. He went up the stage and cupped his hands at a young man from Tai Yen Academy. Nanfeng Academy's Yichenjia challenges Tai Yen Academy's Su Tingfeng. Seeing him make such a choice, everyone nodded subconsciously. Clearly, they felt that it was within their expectations. Su Tingfeng was ranked 5th. It was obvious that he was the easiest to challenge among the top 5. Yichenjia choosing him was the safest choice. Su Tingfeng laughed heartily, and with a leap, he jumped onto the arena. Please. Seeing the two of them fighting, some people started discussing in private. I was scared to death. I thought that all the new students this year were so powerful. It's enough to have Chu Luiyue. Otherwise, we won't be able to survive. Actually, I heard that Yi Chenjia is only 16 years old this year, but he's already a stage 3 warrior. He should be the top among the new students. It's his first time participating in the Qingjiao competition this year, but he directly entered the top 10. He's not inferior to Jiang Yuan at all. It's a pity that Chu Luiyue appeared in front of him, overshadowing the others. I think that even if Chu Luiyue isn't the top warrior this year, she will still be famous. Her future is limitless. With the intense battle between Chu Luiyue and Situ Ziyue as a comparison, the battle between Su Tingfeng and Yi Chenjia seemed much more ordinary. Although Yi Chenjia was talented, there was a gap between him and Su Tingfeng. After a tough battle for half an hour, he lost regretfully. Su Tingfeng cupped his hands at Yi Chenjia politely. You let me win. Yi Chenjia chuckled bitterly. It's indeed not easy. I wonder. He couldn't help but look at Tian's side, to the end, to the stage to the stage to the stage. The surrounding people were still discussing her battle in low voices, but there wasn't the slightest bit of pride in her eyes, as if she wasn't the one who had won, was to the top to two. Top to the stage to. To the end. Yi Chenjia was ashamed of his inferiority. Su Tingfeng followed his gaze, and his expression changed slightly. He rubbed his glabella with a slight headache. Originally, he thought that his ranking could be higher, but it seemed like it would be difficult. The next two matches were very fast. In the third match, Tianlu Academy's Qin Huai challenged Nanfeng Academy's Shi Wanwan. In the fourth match, Nanfeng Academy's Li Ziyuan challenged Xiao Wenling from the same academy. The three people after Chu Luiyue all tried their best to challenge people with lower rankings, but they still failed. Chu Luiyue watched seriously as she adjusted her breathing. She couldn't tell who would become her opponent later on, so she had to take this chance to observe their abilities. Both Shi Wanwan and Xiao Wenling were intermediate stage 4 warriors. Judging from the competition, they weren't as good as Situ Ziyue. This also meant that they couldn't threaten her for the time being. She turned her gaze and looked at Rong Jin. Rong Jin, who was in second place, became the last person to be chosen. His opponent was Tai Yan Academy's Huan Jingshua. Huan Jingshua was in sixth place, and he was already an intermediate stage 4 warrior. If it were the previous Shi Wanwan or Xiao Wenling, they might have a chance of winning. However, Rong Jin was a peak stage 4 warrior, and he was stronger. His chances of winning weren't high. The two of them stood in the arena and faced each other. Both of them were tall and had handsome appearances. Just by standing there, they attracted the attention of many women. I didn't have the chance to fight you last year, and I've always regretted it. This time, it's finally perfect. Huan Jingshua chuckled. Please give me your guidance. Rong Jin nodded proudly. It's not guidance, it's just a friendly match. Although he said this, he didn't take Huan Jingshua seriously. There was a difference in abilities between the two of them. Rong Jin had seen Huan Jingshua's previous matches, and he could only be considered average. Rong Jin was aiming for first place in the warrior competition. After he defeated Huan Jingshua, he might have to challenge Chu Luiyue. Thinking of this, he felt frustrated. Let's begin. Huan Jingshua looked at Rong Jin's absent-minded appearance and smiled deeply. Please. Then, he made the first move. The moment he moved, his figure disappeared from the spot. Rong Jin suddenly recovered his senses and immediately knitted his brows. How did Huan Jingshua's speed suddenly become so fast? A cold wind came from behind, and Rong Jin immediately changed his direction and threw out a palm strike. Lingyun palm. The wind from his palm whistled. Just as it was about to hit Huan Jingshua's chest, he somehow moved and dodged it again. Rong Jin's palm strike missed. Looking at the smiling Huan Jingshua in the other direction, Rong Jin's heart slowly sank. This Huan Jingshua is not right. Chu Luiyue, who was sitting below the stage and watching the match, suddenly sat up straight. His gaze focused as he stared at Huan Jingchua. Yang noticed her interest and couldn't help but ask softly, "You also think that there's something wrong with Huan Jingchua?" Even though he didn't like Rong Jin's abilities were widely acknowledged. But now, Huan Jingchua easily dodged Rong Jin's attack. Chu Luiyue was silent for a moment and said, "He's an advanced stage 4 warrior." "Yes, everyone knows that he's." "Wait. You mean Huan Jingchua?" Yang was shocked and couldn't help but take a few more glances. "That's impossible, right? His aura is clearly similar to Jiang Yuan's. Isn't he an intermediate stage 4 warrior?" Chu Luiyue didn't explain, but her expression became more serious. Yang wanted to say something, but he suddenly felt Huan Jingchua's aura skyrocket. In just a moment, his aura wasn't any weaker than Rong Jin's. The two of them went from being one strong and one weak to being evenly matched. Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes. "This Huan Jingchua will be a strong opponent for me." Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 226. Gasps could be heard from the crowd. Peak Stage 4 Warrior. So this is Heng Jingchua's true ability. I really couldn't tell how he suppressed his cultivation level previously. I heard that some secret techniques or yuan instruments can hide one's abilities. This is going to be interesting. A battle between two peak stage 4 warriors. I thought he was the unluckiest one and could only challenge Rong Jin, but it's still unknown who will win now. The chaotic discussions entered Rong Jin's ears, and his face turned even uglier. After such a long time, I didn't even realize that Heng Jingchua was hiding his abilities. Now that I think about what Heng Jingchua said, it's ridiculous. Advice? He's clearly at the same level as me, but he said that on purpose. I didn't expect you to improve so quickly in a year. He remembered that Heng Jingchua was only a beginner stage 4 warrior last year. He actually broke through to peak stage 4 warrior in such a short time. No wonder the crowd was shocked. Heng Jingchua's smile deepened. I was just lucky. I just broke through a few days ago. Rong Jin felt even more uncomfortable when he heard this. It took him almost 2 years to break through from beginner stage 4 warrior to peak stage 4 warrior. Heng Jingchua was clearly showing off. Since that's the case, let's cut the crap and see who's stronger. Rong Jin didn't want to listen to him anymore, so he circulated his force and attacked first. He only used 70% of his strength in the previous attack, but this time, he used all his strength. Heng Jingchua faced it head-on. The two of them fought hand-to-hand. The battle quickly became a mess. Even though the two of them were at the same level, Rong Jin had broken through earlier and was stronger, so he would definitely have the upper hand. But as time passed, the crowd realized that this wasn't the case. Heng Jingchua calmly received all of Rong Jin's attacks and even seemed to be handling them with ease. On the other hand, Rong Jin gradually realized that Heng Jingchua was stronger than he thought after his consecutive losses. He originally thought that he would win this round, but it ended in a stalemate. Rong Jin's heart gradually became anxious. Looking at the situation in the arena, Sun Zhongyan gradually frowned. I remember that Heng Jingchua wasn't the best before, right? How did he improve so much in just a year? Wen Yan nodded. You're right. The reason why this person was ranked 6th was actually because he was lucky in the previous year's competition. He didn't meet any particularly strong opponents. At that time, it seemed that he was just fighting steadily and steadily. As for other things, he didn't seem to be particularly outstanding. I don't know what happened this year. Sun Zhongyan stroked his beard. Perhaps he encountered some kind of opportunity. Who knows? Wen Yan and the rest exchanged glances and saw the worry in each other's eyes. What they were most concerned about wasn't why Heng Jingchua suddenly became stronger in the past year but whether Rong Jin could win this round. He was publicly acknowledged as one of the strongest students in Tianlu Academy. They all hoped that he would be able to get first place in the Jianghu competition. As for himself, it was clear that he had the same thoughts. But if he lost this round, he would fall to the bottom 5. Then, the best result he could achieve was only 6th place. This wasn't even as good as his 5th place last year. It was fine if other people lost, but if Rongjin lost, the entire academy would lose face. Baichen rolled his eyes and smiled. Elder son, actually, we don't have to worry too much. No matter what, we still have little Lu Yu. I'm first now. As long as I can stabilize this position in the future, it will definitely be a great honor. Sun Zhongyan wanted to say something but stopped. Actually, he was still worried. This Heng Jingshua seems to be holding back. Unlike the stifling atmosphere at Tianlu Academy, the crowd at Tai Yen Academy finally regained their spirits. Qing Han smiled in surprise. This kid hit it well. Even I didn't know that he had already broken through to become a peak stage 4 warrior. Situ Xingchen had already calmed down, so she smiled and said, Master is always busy. It's normal that he didn't notice such small things. Even though Qing Han was the director, there were many things that he didn't personally ask about. Most of his energy was actually placed on Situ Xingchen. If not, he wouldn't have the idea of letting Situ Xingchen become the top celestial physician in her first Jianghu competition. Haha. No matter what, this kid looks like he's a talent that can be nurtured. When the Jianghu competition ends, we have to nurture him well. The few teachers behind him nodded when they heard this. You're right, director. Qing Han looked at the stage in satisfaction. How shrewd was his judgment. He could tell with one look that Rongjin was gradually at a disadvantage. As long as nothing happened to Heng Jingshua, it was only a matter of time before he won. Even though they lost Situ Ziyue, they still had Heng Jingshua. I really want to see if Tianlu Academy's people can still be so smug when Rongjin loses. Many wounds gradually appeared on Rongjin's body. Even though they weren't serious, the blood stains on his clothes made him look especially pathetic. However, Heng Jingshua still looked like he was at ease. The contrast between the two was really stark. The crowd's voices gradually became softer as they watched this scene nervously. Heng Jingshua suddenly closed in. Rongjin was shocked and immediately retreated. However, he was injured, so how could he be faster than Heng Jingshua? The distance between the two kept shrinking. Heng Jingshua finally struck out again. Rongjin couldn't avoid it and could only brace himself to receive it. A punch flew out. Hong. The two of them crazily attacked each other. The messy ripples spread in all directions. At this point, Rongjin suddenly felt that something was amiss. A chill was spreading from Heng Jingshua's palm to his hand. At the same time, the force in his body suddenly became messy and started to drain rapidly. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately looked up. Heng Jingshua's move was very strange. It's time to end this. Heng Jingshua met his gaze and didn't avoid it. Instead, he smiled meaningfully. His voice, which had originally sounded modest and courteous, was now filled with coldness. Not good. Rongjin thought. He immediately wanted to retreat. However, Heng Jingshua was faster. His palm turned into a claw and directly grabbed Rongjin's wrist. The strength in his hand was frightening. This time, Rongjin's wrist was instantly bruised. How dare you? Before Rongjin could finish his sentence, Heng Jingshua had already grabbed his wrist and harshly flung it out. The crowd only saw Rongjin's figure uncontrollably fly out. Then, he fell to the ground with a bang. The key was that he fell outside the competition venue. Out of bounds, he was eliminated. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 227. There was an uproar. Nobody expected Rongjin to be eliminated in such a manner. At this point, Situ Ziyue and Rongjin, who had the highest hopes for this year's Qingjiao competition, had both been defeated. Rong Jin finally recovered his senses when he heard the commotion around him and realized that he had been pushed out of the arena. I lost. Rong Jin's mind went blank. He never thought that he would lose to Heng Jingchua. He also didn't think that he would fall behind the top 5. This failure directly determined that he had no hope of surpassing last year's ranking. He supported himself with his arms and wanted to stand up, but he realized that he had no force in his body. He looked up in shock and saw that Heng Jingchua had regained his gentle and harmless smile. Thank you for letting me win, Crown Prince Rong Jin. Even though he was smiling, he stood there high and mighty. His eyes and brows were filled with mockery. It was as if he was saying, "You're just a so-so." Rong Jin's heart burned like fire, causing him to lose his rationality. Once he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground again. His organs seemed to be enveloped by the cold air, which gradually spread to his entire body. His body gradually stiffened, and his mind became muddled. Finally, his vision turned black, and he fainted. Go and bring him back. Sun Zhongyan immediately frowned and said. Very quickly, someone went forward and helped Rong Jin up. Realizing that he had fainted, Sun Zhongyan hurriedly went forward and carefully looked at his face. His brows furrowed even more tightly. Even though he expected Heng Jingchua to win, it didn't seem to be enough to make Rong Jin faint. However, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with Rong Jin. He glanced at Heng Jingchua, but saw that the man had already left. His expression was the same as usual. Xian-sang, come and take a look. Xian-sang went forward and took Rong Jin's pulse. After checking carefully, he shook his head. He was depressed previously, and he fainted because of the blow today. It's nothing serious. The crowd looked at each other and was speechless. They had actually heard a little about Rong Jin being grounded by His Majesty. He could only come out because of the Qingjiao competition. He wanted to use this to make a comeback, but he didn't expect that this series of events would break him down. Sun Zhongyan nodded, feeling slightly relieved. That's good. Bring him back first and let Zhuo Rong take care of him. Xian-sang hesitated. If that's the case, wouldn't it be the same as giving up on the competition later on? How can he fight in his current state? Besides, what's the point of continuing the competition? Sun Zhongyan sighed. As the crown prince, Rong Jin was used to being arrogant. This time, he was aiming for first place. Now, not to mention first place, he was not even fated to be in the top 5. If he continued to force himself to compete, it would just be a waste of time. Bai Chen coughed and whispered, that's right. Then wouldn't Situ Ziyue be unable to continue competing? Although Tai Yan Academy did not say anything, it was obvious that Situ Ziyue would not participate in the competition. As such, both sides were in a similar situation, so it wasn't too bad. Xian-sang and the others didn't say anything else. Just like that, Rong Jin was quickly taken away. When she passed by Chu Luyue, she fixed her gaze on him. That was not right. Even though Rong Jin was narrow-minded, he was capable. Heng Jingchua was of the same cultivation level as him, so how could he directly knock Rong Jin out? Luyu, what are you looking at? The golden mane bear cub ran out of Mu Hongyu's arms, and Mu Hongyu hurriedly chased after it. She saw that the older Chu Luyue was staring in the direction that Rong Jin left in. She widened her eyes and asked in disbelief, are you worried about Rong Jin? Chu Luyue looked at her speechlessly. What are you thinking about? I'm just worried about myself. Rong Jin's behavior was really strange. There must be something wrong with that Heng Jingchua. Mu Hongyu patted her chest. I thought so too. You're not blind. But then again, I think that Heng Jingchua is quite strong. If the two of you fight later, can you win? Chu Luyue retracted his gaze. We'll have to try to find out. After the first round of competition, the new rankings were out. Chu Luyue was temporarily in first place, followed by Heng Jingchua, Xiao Wenling, Shi Wanwan, and Su Tingfeng. Sun Zhongyan asked in a low voice, the first round is over, and the rankings are out. If anyone is not satisfied with their current ranking, they can continue to challenge us. If no one challenges them, their current ranking will be the final result of the Qingjiao competition. He looked around and swept his gaze across Chu Luiyue and the others. Now, whoever wants to challenge us, step forward. The entire square was silent. Everyone looked at the few people curiously, secretly guessing who would continue to compete. At this stage, no matter who competed with whom, it would be a bloodbath. However, the glory of being first was something that everyone yearned for. Chu Luiyue was the center of attention. Without a doubt, her position was the most tempting. Finally, someone took a step forward and stood out. Chu Luiyue seemed to sense something. She looked up and saw a smiling face. Even though that face was smiling, there was no hint of a smile in the corners of his eyes. There was only a restless ambition. Taiyan Academy's Heng Jingshua challenges Tian Lu Academy's Chu Luiyue. Chapter 228. As expected, Heng Jingshua stood out and went for the first place. In an instant, almost everyone became excited. These two people were definitely the most eye-catching people in this Qingjiao competition. Chu Luiyue was young, but her fighting skills were shocking. It was easy for her to win against someone of a higher level. Heng Jingshua had improved so quickly that he was not to be underestimated. Everyone was curious about who would have the last laugh when the two of them met. Under countless gazes, Chu Luiyue stood up, smiled, and nodded. Please. I didn't expect it to be the two of us fighting in the end. Heng Jingshua cupped his hands and smiled. Chu Luiyue seemed to smile. You should have expected this, right? Heng Jingshua's smile froze for a moment, but it quickly disappeared. Ms. Chu, you really know how to joke. Everyone wants to win in the Qingjiao competition. However, I didn't expect to enter the finals. I also didn't expect my final opponent to be you. Chu Luiyue could not be bothered to listen to him. Heng Jingshua obviously came prepared. He purposely hid his abilities previously and only showed his true abilities when he fought with Rong Jin. She was almost certain that he had other tricks up his sleeves. Cut the crap. Let's begin, said Chu Luiyue as she took out the black Xian formation crystal. Heng Jingshua's eyelids twitched. Chu Luiyue's move was indeed difficult to deal with. Isn't it bad for little Lu Yu to use her killer move the moment she goes up? Asked Bai Chen worriedly. Sun Zhongyan smiled helplessly. What else can she do? Heng Jingshua is an advanced stage 4 warrior after all. The difference between the two of them was huge. If Chu Luiyue did not give it her all from the start, this match would end very quickly. By then, she would not even have the chance to use her killer move. However, she used too much energy just now. She definitely hasn't recovered yet. It's already very impressive that she won against Situ Ziyue. Even if she loses this match, she'll be second. Besides, she's not a warrior in the academy. As long as she does her best, she won't have any regrets. Bai Chen thought about it and didn't say anything else. Buddhist Lotus Formation. With Chu Luiyue's clear shout, the first layer of petals slowly bloomed. Immediately after, the second level quickly appeared. The huge Buddhist lotus appeared once again. A powerful pressure silently spread out. Chu Luiyue had used the Buddhist lotus formation twice in a row, but he had almost exhausted all of his strength. However, the power of a level 4 Xian formation was enough to deal with someone at the peak of the 4th stage. As long as he could kill Heng Jingshua with one strike, he would be able to win. Heng Jingshua looked at the Buddhist lotus that was slowly blooming and his expression turned serious. He clasped his hands slightly in front of him, and streams of origin power rapidly condensed. A round ball as bright as the moon gradually appeared in his palm. The sphere looked bright and hot, but in reality, it was bone-chilling cold. Streaks of white mist condensed and shrouded the surroundings. Even Heng Jingshua's hands were covered in a thin layer of frost. Both of them were accumulating their power. Then, Heng Jingshua made the first move and threw the sphere in his hand forward. Moon Devour. The sphere quickly flew towards Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue activated the origin power in his body. Close. The huge petals swayed gently and then closed. Just like when he was fighting with Situ Ziyue, Heng Jingshua's sphere gradually slowed down and finally fell into the Buddhist lotus formation, completely covered by the layers of petals. In the arena, only two violent forces were left fighting each other. Although the crowd couldn't see what was happening inside, they could still feel the vibrations coming from the trembling petals. Can Chu Luiyue still win this time? The Buddhist lotus formation has swallowed Heng Jingshua's power again. I don't think it's that simple. Chu Luiyue has already fought once, and now he doesn't have much energy left. The power of the Buddhist lotus formation must have weakened as well. Heng Jingshua is the same. If the Buddhist lotus formation can't stop Heng Jingshua, then Chu Luiyue will lose for sure. Chu Luiyue stared at the cluster of Buddhist lotuses. She could clearly feel that the moon devourer's power was being dissolved by the Buddhist lotus formation. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Heng Jingshua, bang. Suddenly, a soft sound came from the Buddhist lotus formation. The sound couldn't be heard clearly by others, but it immediately alerted Chu Luiyue. On one of the petals, there was a hole that was about an inch long. The reason why there was the sound of something breaking was because there was a layer of frost on the petal. As it was inside, and it was only a small area, Chu Luiyue didn't notice it previously. The layer of frost made the petal extremely weak, and it was easily broken by a force that flew out. Chu Luiyue looked carefully and suddenly realized that there was a faint black color on the edge of the broken petal. Something was wrong. Chu Luiyue was alarmed, and she felt a strong sense of uneasiness. She didn't think and immediately retreated. At the same time, she waved her wrist and threw out the crystal barrier. The transparent barrier instantly enveloped her. Almost at the same time, countless similar holes appeared on the huge Buddhist lotus. Then, the Buddhist lotus suddenly broke. Countless rays of light scattered in all directions. A violent aura swept out in all directions. The round ball reappeared in everyone's sight. Compared to the beginning, it looked smaller, but its power was still there. When the Buddhist lotus broke, it quickly flew toward Chu Luiyue. The crowd exclaimed. Chu Luiyue's Buddhist lotus formation has been broken. This time, Heng Jingshua is definitely going to win. The difference in strength is indeed difficult to overcome. Looking at the situation, Qing Han's lips curled up. Jingshua's abilities have indeed improved a lot. He can even break through a 4th-level Xian formation. Xingchen, even though your brother is injured, now that Jingshua has stepped in and won first place, it can be considered as helping Ziyue and the entire academy regain face. Situ Xingchen nodded. I wonder if Heng Jingshua can deal with Chu Luiyue like how he dealt with Rong Jin. In this competition, nobody was allowed to kill, but it was still possible to injure someone severely. Since Heng Jingshua wants to be first, he must have used all his strength against Chu Luiyue. Thinking of this, Situ Xingchen finally felt a little better. As for the crystal barrier, it won't be too late to ask about it after all this is over. Chu Luiyue looked up at the round, moon-like ball that was rapidly approaching her. The tyrannical power struck the glazed barrier, causing it to retreat. Chu Luiyue's heart suddenly jumped. Even if the crystal barrier can protect me, I'll still fail if I go out like this. She made up her mind and suddenly jumped out of the crystal barrier. She wanted to avoid that attack. However, at this moment, she suddenly saw that within the sphere, there seemed to be a faintly discernible mass of black. The sinister and cold aura made one shudder. Her heart skipped a beat. Heng Jingshua actually, mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 229. Just as Chu Luiyue was about to speak, Heng Jingshua seemed to have sensed something. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he quickly rushed toward Chu Luiyue. He was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Chu Luiyue. Without hesitation, he shot out another ray of force. Chi! The force merged with the ball, and the power that had been reduced increased again. It also approached Chu Luiyue at an even faster speed. A terrifying pressure came crushing over. Chu Luiyue felt as if her chest was being crushed by a huge rock. Even breathing became difficult, let alone speaking. Her face became even paler. She was about to be hit by the moon devourer. It's over. Chu Luiyue is going to lose. Why did she suddenly come out of the crystal barrier? If she's hiding inside, she can't just stay inside. Heng Jingshua is so strong. He can definitely push her and the crystal barrier out of the arena. But this time, she really can't turn the situation around. Almost everyone was watching this scene nervously. Some were already shaking their heads in pity, as if they had already predicted the final outcome. However, at this moment, a red figure suddenly appeared in front of Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue felt an itch on her cheek. She looked over and realized that the blood ferret had come out. And it was blocking in front of her. Dumpling. Come back. Chu Luiyue was anxious. She gritted her teeth and shouted. Blood was already flowing out of the corner of her mouth. If she could rush to the front at this time, she would be able to see that Tuanzi's eyes were burning with anger. Its fur was already standing up, and it was obviously going to rush forward. Heng Jingshua narrowed his eyes and looked at the red furry thing that suddenly appeared in front of him. Blood ferret? Seeing that the blood ferret was full of hostility, he finally couldn't help but laugh. Chu Luiyue, is this your magical beast? Could it be that he was joking? Although the blood ferret was a third-grade magical beast, it had almost no combat ability. Normally, it could be played with as a pet, but in a battle like this, it would be of no help to its owner. He had thought that Chu Luiyue was very powerful, but now, it seemed that she was just a little girl with an immature mind. She didn't even have a magical beast. This blood ferret was most likely raised by her for fun, wasn't it? What a joke. Hearing his words, the hostility in Dumpling's eyes intensified. Mocking Chu Luiyue was mocking the blood ferret. The next moment, its small s of an eyes. Its speed was extremely fast. Everyone could only see it drawing a red arc in the air. It was actually heading straight for the moon devourer. Heng twos to the end. A mantis is a mantis to stop. The power of the moon devourer was extremely powerful. This time, it was likely that it would directly take the blood ferret's life. Kill to kill it. Chu Luiyue wanted to stop it, but she couldn't say a complete word because of the pressure. Dumpling was too impulsive. Inside the moon devourer's ball was, roar. Tuanzi directly pounced on the ball that was emitting a terrible power. Chu Luiyue was stunned. That's not right. She was already out of breath from the pressure, and the blood in her body was in turmoil. How could Dumpling just rush over? How did it get over? Before she could figure it out, something even more shocking happened. Dumpling opened its mouth and bit down. Crack. A crisp sound was heard. Dumpling had bitten a hole in the ball. Its cheeks were puffed up, and its head was almost as big as half its body. Crack. Crack, crack. Gulp. Along with this series of sounds, Tuanzi actually chewed and swallowed the piece of meat that it had bitten off. The huge square was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Almost everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the scene in disbelief. Even Chu Luiyue's eyes twitched. What just happened? Dumpling ate that thing? Ate it? Although it looked like a glass crystal, it wasn't. It was full of condensed force. Heng Jingshua was stunned. He had spent a lot of effort to cultivate this move. Ever since he succeeded, he had always kept it as his trump card. Once he used it, he would never lose. Something like this had never happened before. While everyone was still in a daze, Dumpling opened its mouth again and bit off another big piece. The gap on the ball was even bigger now. As it moved, the force on the ball began to deplete rapidly. Soon, it had swallowed half of the ball. Heng Jingshua started to feel uneasy. It couldn't go on like this. He didn't have time to think about what was going on with the blood ferret. He had to stop it. Or else, he quickly went forward. However, just as he moved, he realized that the blood ferret had grabbed the remaining half of the ball and ran away. As it ran, it ate the ball at an even faster speed. Crack! Crack, crack. Heng Jingshua almost went crazy when he heard the sound. His origin power was contained in it. If it was swallowed, he didn't know how long it would take for him to recover. However, he soon realized that his speed was not as fast as the blood ferret's. Thus, he could only watch as the sphere became smaller and smaller, and smaller and smaller, until, gulp, Dumpling stuffed the last bit into its mouth and swallowed it. Heng Jingshua's movements suddenly froze, and his body trembled slightly. It was gone. His force was gone just like that. Dumpling, are you okay? Chu Luiyue finally recovered. She quickly went forward and looked at it nervously. Dumpling's eyes were wide open, and its body was swaying as if it couldn't stand properly. Chu Luiyue was even more worried. I told you not to, burp. Dumpling suddenly let out a loud burp. Chu Luiyue was speechless. Why did it look like it was drunk? Before she could react, Dumpling had already turned around and looked at Heng Jingshua. Puff! It suddenly spat out a black ball that flew toward Heng Jingshua. Heng Jingshua widened his eyes in shock. It actually spat out that thing? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 230. Heng Jingshua retreated without hesitation, trying to avoid that thing. However, Dumpling had eaten a ball of force, and her blood was boiling. She moved too quickly, and Heng Jingshua had no time to dodge. In a moment of desperation, he raised his arm in an attempt to block it. Poochie! Everyone saw a small black ball spit out from the blood ferret's mouth, and it pierced through Heng Jingshua's forearm. Red blood splattered everywhere. A bloody hole appeared on Heng Jingshua's arm. Ah! Heng Jingshua's face turned pale from the intense pain. However, compared to the pain, there was more fear on his face. He raised his injured arm with his other hand, and his whole body was trembling violently from fear. No! No! That thing could not be touched. A cold chill was spreading from the wound. Heng Jingshua's face was ashen. Then, he took out a flying knife and stabbed it into the wound, gouging it out viciously. A piece of flesh fell off. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts were filled with horror. Heng Jingshua had gouged out a piece of flesh from his arm. What is he doing? Cheng Han stood up abruptly, but he saw that Heng Jingshua did not stop. Instead, he continued to gouge out the flesh around the wound. One piece after another, and some were even attached to the skin. It looked extremely bloody and cruel. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to withstand such pain. However, Heng Jingshua seemed to have gone crazy, and he did not stop. In the blink of an eye, 1/3 of the flesh on his arm had been gouged out, and the white bones were clearly visible. Jingshua! Stop right now! However, Heng Jingshua did not seem to hear him at all. His body was trembling as if he was going to gouge out the flesh from his entire arm. Some of the more cowardly people had already covered their eyes, unable to bear to watch. Even if it was a one-hit kill, it would still be more satisfying than this. His actions were even scarier than killing someone. It sent chills down everyone's spine. Cheng Han looked at Chu Luiyue furiously and shouted in a low voice, Chu Luiyue! What the hell is going on? What did you do to Jingshua? Chu Luiyue spat out a mouthful of blood and raised his hand to wipe off the bloodstain on his lips. She felt the chaotic aura in her body gradually calm down. Only then did she look at Cheng Han unhurriedly. There was a mocking smile on her lips, and there seemed to be ice condensing in her eyes. Director Cheng Han, you should ask Heng Jingshua himself. He knew very well what he had done. What nonsense are you talking about? Cheng Han pointed at Chu Luiyue with an ugly expression. Jing Chua is in this state because of you. Everyone can see it. You actually want to make a false countercharge? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation for what happened today, don't even think about leaving. Hearing this, Sun Zhongyan laughed indifferently, but the pressure on his body gradually increased. Brother Cheng Han, why can't we talk things over nicely? Why are you threatening the child? Cheng Han took a deep breath, but when he saw that Hang Jingshua had no intention of stopping, he could not suppress the anger in his heart. Sun Zhongyan, are you trying to cover up for Chu Luiyue? Sun Zhongyan's smile faded a little. Lu Yu is a student of Tianlu Academy. How can I let others bully him? Cheng Han, you're an elder. Before this matter is investigated, it's best that you don't speak nonsense. Are you threatening me? I wouldn't dare. I'm just stating the facts. The two of them went back and forth, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. Chu Luiyue hugged Dumpling in her arms. However, she saw it staring at her with a pair of dazed eyes. It tilted its head and rubbed against her palm eagerly and affectionately, as if it did not realize what earth-shattering thing it had just done. Her heart warmed. If it were not for Dumpling, she would have been in danger today. After patting Dumpling, Chu Luiyue looked at the two of them. Elder son, this matter was caused by the student. Let the student settle it himself. Sun Zhongyan looked at her hesitantly. With Cheng Han acting like this, he definitely wouldn't take things lying down. How was she going to deal with this? All right. However, don't worry. The academy will definitely not let its students suffer. Chu Luiyue nodded. Thank you, Elder Sunday. Cheng Han waved his sleeves fiercely. I'd like to see what kind of explanation you can give. Chu Luiyue did not immediately answer his question. Instead, she walked toward Heng Jingshua. Heng Jingshua's attention was all on his arm at this moment. He turned a deaf ear to everything else. He did not even realize that Chu Luiyue had walked in front of him. In fact, even if he knew, he could not care less. Chu Luiyue looked at him calmly, and her gaze quickly brushed past his bloody arm. She looked like she was smiling but not at the same time. Ah, it's already stained with blood. Then, even if you cut off your entire arm, it doesn't seem to be of any use. Hearing this, Heng Jingshua's movements suddenly froze. A look of despair appeared in his eyes. How could he not know this? He was just holding on to his last hope. Bang! While he was in a daze, Chu Luiyue suddenly lifted her long leg and kicked him hard. Heng Jingshua was not prepared. At this moment, he had no intention to fight. He was directly kicked out by Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue used all her strength this time. The two of them were not far from the edge of the arena. Heng Jingshua flew out and directly out of the arena. Then, he fell hard onto the ground. His body left a deep trail of blood on the ground, which made him look particularly pitiful. Chu Luiyue! Cheng Han shouted angrily. What are you doing? Chu Luiyue's eyes curved. She smiled very politely. Oh, nothing. I just thought that since we're already at this stage, it's just right to end this competition first. After all, she still wanted to win. Cheng Han's chest felt like it was being burned by a ball of fire. He almost could not control himself and went forward to teach Chu Luiyue a lesson himself. Chu Luiyue seemed to have predicted what he was going to do. She spoke first. Director Cheng Han, don't you want to know why Heng Jingshua suddenly became like this? Please take a look again. Cheng Han turned his head to look. Heng Jingshua fell down from the arena. However, he still seemed to be immersed in that strange state. He did not have time to get up from the ground. The first thing he did was to pick up the flying dagger that was thrown to the side. He gritted his teeth. As if he had made a huge decision, he slashed the dagger at his own shoulder. It looked like he was going to cut off his entire arm. Cheng Han lifted his finger. A ray of force flew out and knocked the flying dagger out of his hand. If he lost this arm, Heng Jingshua's future path of cultivation would be filled with difficulties. However, Heng Jingshua hurriedly picked up the flying dagger. It looked like he was going to continue. Chu Liuyue's lips curled slightly. Her tone was cold. Once the 7 coldness poison comes into contact with blood, it will quickly seep into the limbs and bones. Although you seem to be helping him by stopping him like this, in reality, it's equivalent to forcing him onto the path of no return. Chapter 231. 7 Coldness Poison. Many people's expressions changed when they heard the name. Cheng Han was stunned for a moment. 7 Coldness Poison was highly toxic. Once exposed, it would spread throughout the body. After 7 days, the person would freeze to death. Could it be that Heng Jingshua was poisoned by the 7 coldness poison? He quickly walked towards Heng Jingshua. When he got closer, he saw that there was indeed a thin layer of black frost on his arm. On top of the badly mutilated wound, it looked especially strange. This, Cheng Han's heart skipped a beat. Heng Jingshua had such a big wound on his body. The 7 coldness poison must have already entered his lungs and could not be saved. He was completely done for. Cheng Han looked at Chu Luyue furiously. Chu Luyue. You are really vicious. How dare you poison someone in the Qingjiao competition? Chu Luyue sneered. Dean Cheng Han, you should take a closer look. This 7 coldness poison was obviously brought by Heng Jingshua himself. When he attacked just now, he put the 7 coldness poison in the Moon Devourer. He wanted to kill me without anyone noticing. He did not expect my fiend to see through his plan and turn the tables on him. He is just reaping what he sowed. How can he blame me? She glanced at Heng Jingshua coldly. I haven't held him accountable for trying to kill me. You're lying. Cheng Han immediately recalled that the blood ferret had indeed spat out a ball of black stuff that injured Heng Jingshua. Now that he thought about it, it must be the 7 coldness poison. That thing was obviously spat out from your fiend's mouth. It must be you, Dean Cheng Han, you're so forgetful. Don't you remember that my fiend spat out that thing after swallowing the ball of Moon Devourer? Chu Luyue patted Dumpling and said slowly. Just as you said earlier, everyone saw it clearly. Cheng Han was speechless. In fact, he had already realized that something was wrong and was starting to feel guilty. However, how could he admit it at this moment? If he admitted it, not only would Heng Jingshua, but he and the entire Tai Yen Academy would also be humiliated. They would become the laughing stock of everyone. It was a taboo to use poison in the Qingjiao competition. Sun Zhongyan quickly stepped forward and took a closer look at Heng Jingshua. His expression turned cold. Although I'm not a celestial physician, I can still recognize 7 coldness poison. Cheng Han, you better give everyone an explanation for this matter. Cheng Han's face turned pale, and for a moment, he didn't know how to refute. Ah! At this moment, Heng Jingshua had already chopped off his arm. Blood splattered everywhere. He let out an extremely miserable shriek that made one's heart tremble. The square was completely silent. Even those who didn't know what the 7 coldness poison was couldn't help but feel fear when they saw this scene. They didn't dare to say a word. Amidst this awkward and tense silence, a voice suddenly sounded. Miss Chu, you keep saying that Jing Chua brought the 7 colds poison himself. But, do you have any evidence? Chu Luyue narrowed his eyes. Why is this Situ Xingchen so dramatic? What has this matter got to do with her? Situ Xingchen stepped forward and said, although your blood ferret spat out the 7 coldness poison after it swallowed the Moon Devourer, there's no 7 coldness poison in it. What if the 7 coldness poison wasn't in the Moon Devourer and the blood ferret brought it with him? A strange light flashed across her eyes. If there's really no problem between you and the blood ferret, why did you leave the crystal barrier despite knowing that the Moon Devourer was powerful? Eldest Princess Situ, your question is interesting. I'm clearly the one who was harmed, but you want me to prove my innocence? Chu Luyue knitted his brows. Situ Xingchen calmly said, Jingchua is powerful. Jingchua is very powerful. He is more than one level higher than you. He can win against you no matter how he fights. Why would he use such a despicable method? Chu Luiyue laughed out loud when she heard this. It seems like eldest Princess Situ doesn't want to admit that I won against Situ Ziyue earlier. If I didn't see wrongly, he's still resting behind you. It's hard for him to even stand up. Situ Xingchen's expression changed slightly. It's fine to talk about other things, but Chu Luiyue is clearly humiliating me on purpose when he talks about my brother. That's just, since I can win against Situ Ziyue, why can't I win against Heng Jingchua? As for why he used such a method when he's so strong, only he knows. Chu Luiyue's lips curved up slightly, and he revealed a meaningful smile. After all, he even did something to Rong Jin. Once this sentence came out, it was no different from a clap of thunder. After being dazed for a while, everyone was in an uproar. Chu Luiyue's words clearly meant, Luyu, is what you said true? Asked Sun Zhongyan anxiously with tightly knitted brows. He was also poisoned. If you don't believe me, you can go and check. Oh, Director Cheng Han and eldest Princess Situ should also take a look, in case you say that we did something in secret. Chu Luiyue generously lifted his chin. He's still over there. Sun Zhongyan and the rest hurriedly walked over. Zuo Rong, who was looking after Rong Jin, was confused. 7 coldness poison? I didn't notice it. Xian Sung rushed over first and grabbed Rong Jin's wrist again as his expression became increasingly solemn. He had already checked Rong Jin's pulse once, but he didn't find anything. It was the same this time. What did Chu Luiyue say? He turned around hesitantly. Sun Zhongyan hurriedly asked, how is it? Xian Sung and Zuo Rong fell silent. Sun Zhongyan's heart sank. At this point, Cheng Han had already walked over. He glanced at the unconscious Rong Jin and coldly shouted, why are you still here? Isn't he fine? How is he poisoned? Chu Luiyue, even if you're lying, you can't say something that can't be exposed so easily, right? What else do you have to say now? Chu Luiyue looked at Zuo Rong. Teacher Zuo Rong, please cut Rong Jin's finger. Zuo Rong didn't know what was going on, but he still did as he was told. A silver light flashed, and a wound appeared on Rong Jin's finger. Red blood quickly seeped out. But soon, the blood droplet quickly condensed and was covered with a thin layer of black frost. Zuo Rong was shocked. It's indeed 7 coldness poison. Everyone was shocked. Cheng Han's words were stuck in his throat. Xian Sung went closer and carefully checked before saying, it's indeed 7 coldness poison. It's definitely 7 coldness poison. It's just that the dosage is very small, so it can't be seen from the outside. As he spoke, guilt and self-blame grew in his heart. We actually didn't notice it earlier. If we let the 7 coldness poison spread, Rong Jin would have died. Zuo Rong hurriedly took out a pill and fed it to Rong Jin. Even though it couldn't cure the poison, it could temporarily suppress it. Even Sun Zhongyan was a little scared. Rong Jin was the crown prince after all. If something really happened to him, the academy couldn't escape the blame. Chu Luiyue looked at Cheng Han and Situ Xingchen. The person who fought with Rong Jin just now was Heng Jingchua. Could it be that the 7 colds poison in his body was also sent by me through the air? Love Network has a much better reading experience. Chapter 232. Cheng Han was speechless. The 7 coldness poison in Rong Jin's body was the best evidence. Even if he wanted to refute, he could not think of a single word at this point. He only felt embarrassed. This was even more so for Situ Xingchen. Previously, she was the one who suspected Chu Luiyue, and she was also the one who asked Chu Luiyue to take out the evidence. Now, everything was clear. Countless pairs of eyes landed on her, making her feel uneasy. So Rong Jin was poisoned too. This must be Heng Jingchua's doing. Yeah. Chu Luiyue never interacted with Rong Jin from the start to the end. How could it be her? I knew it. Rong Jin and Heng Jingshua are clearly of the same level, so how could Heng Jingshua win so easily? It turns out that he used such despicable means. I think that he might not have won the previous competitions with his true abilities. I really don't know how Tai Yan Academy teaches people to do such a thing. Also, Sita Xingqian has been speaking up for her academy's people from the start. Heng Jingshua clearly did something wrong, but she's suspicious. Rumors say that she's understanding, generous, and smart. Why can't I tell? Hey. It's just a rumor. You'll only know if it's true when you see it. Don't you think that she seems to be targeting Chu Luiyue? Could it be that Chu Luiyue offended her because he argued with her the day before? That's hard to say. After all, she's the high and mighty eldest princess. All sorts of discussions were like sharp knives that harshly pierced her body, making her feel extremely embarrassed and in pain. Sita Xingqian had been pampered since she was young. Even her father had never flared up at her. When had she ever been criticized like this? Sita Xingqian felt her face burning, and she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Qinghan, your student used such despicable means to win in the Qingjiao competition. Don't you have an explanation? Said Sun Zhongyan coldly with a solemn expression. That's right. The nature of this matter is very bad. We can't let it go just like that. Fu Yunshan, who had been sitting at the side and watching the competition, finally expressed his stance with an equally solemn expression. Previously, someone from Nanfeng Academy had also fought with Heng Jingshua. Besides, who knew if there was anyone else besides Heng Jingshua who was doing this? The two of them interrogated Qinghan, causing him to feel extremely embarrassed. I don't know about this either. You are the dean, and he is a student of your academy. Whether you know it or not, you have to take responsibility for this matter, right? Sun Zhongyan interrupted him. Qinghan felt extremely sullen in his heart. He really didn't know. If he had known, he would never have let Heng Jingshua come. Furthermore, he wouldn't speak up for him. Just now, he thought that Tai Yan Academy would still be the #1 warrior this year. However, in the blink of an eye, not only did they lose the #1 spot, but they even became the target of public criticism. In a moment of desperation, he could only look at Heng Jingshua and scold him. Speak. Where did you get this from? The 7 colds poison was not a poison that ordinary people could obtain. Heng Jingshua didn't come from a prestigious family and had always kept a low profile in school. This 7 coldness poison really came out of nowhere. However, Heng Jingshua ignored Qinghan. He just lay on the ground, curled up into a ball, and trembled all over. Speak. Qinghan wanted to walk over and kick him, but he remembered that he had the 7 coldness poison in his body and stopped in his tracks. Heng Jingshua still didn't respond. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. He suddenly thought of something and walked over to Heng Jingshua. Lu Yu. Be careful. Sun Zhongyan hurriedly shouted. Chu Luiyue shook his head, indicating that he didn't need to worry. He took a few more steps forward and took a closer look. When he took a look, his expression changed slightly. He's dying. What? Everyone was shocked. Sun Zhongyan and Fu Yunshan immediately went forward. They saw that Heng Jingshua's broken arm had already frozen, and it had even spread to his entire face. The poison had taken effect. At this stage, there was only death for him. He would die soon, and there was no way to save him. Why did the poison take effect so quickly? Fu Yunshan frowned and asked. There should still be poison in his body. It was triggered by the 7 coldness poison, so, Sun Zhongyan's words cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. If that was the case, it proved that Heng Jingshua was under someone's orders. But in his current state, they would definitely not be able to find out who was behind this. Fu Yunshan was a little anxious. Is there no way to save his life first? Once we find out. Before he could finish, Heng Jingshua's body suddenly trembled violently. He let out a painful whimper between his lips and teeth. It was like a cry of despair in the dark night. It sent chills down everyone's spines. Soon, his movements gradually quieted down. Finally, there was no more sound. Fu Yunshan and Sun Zhongyan looked at each other, their eyes filled with worry. Chu Luiyue had already accepted this fact. He gently comforted Dumpling, who was in his arms, and fell into deep thought. No wonder Heng Jingshua was so flustered when he was injured. He was not only worried about the 7 coldness poison, but he was also worried that it would trigger the other poisons in his body. The other poisons must be something that the person behind him used to control him. In the end, he was just a pawn. But who was the person behind him? There was no need for that person to come in first place in the Qingjiao competition. What was the reason? Fu Yunshan thought for a while and said, although he's already dead, if we can find out what the poison in his body is, we might be able to gain something. Qinghan, you won't object to this, right? What could Qinghan say? He could only agree. Since things have already come to this, we should naturally discuss this together. We can also use this opportunity to clear Tai Yan Academy's name. He did not want his reputation to be tarnished because of Heng Jingshua. However, at that moment, a black fog suddenly emerged from Heng Jingshua's body. Cold. Sinister. Chu Luiyue felt a strong sense of uneasiness. In the next moment, the black fog quickly spread and enveloped Heng Jingshua completely. Then, his body started to corrode at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, his corpse transformed into a pool of blood on the ground and completely disappeared. The black fog also dissipated and disappeared without a trace. Only the messy bloodstains on the ground were left, indicating what had just happened. Digression: I went out for a day yesterday and accidentally fell asleep at night. Today's update will be updated at around midnight. I did not update on time, so I owe you one. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 233. No one had expected things to turn out this way. Now, there were no clues at all. They could not find anything at all. Qinghan wanted to get to the bottom of this matter more than anyone else. Now that things had turned out this way, it was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Let's put this matter aside for now. After the Qingjiao competition ends, we'll start investigating immediately. Sun Zhongyan said in a low voice. With such a thing happening, their hearts were filled with worry. However, it was obvious that the other party was meticulous and ruthless. It was definitely not something they could find out in a day or two. The Qingjiao competition had to continue. Fu Yunshan glanced at Qinghan as if he was looking at a joke. At this moment, the people from Tai Yan Academy were probably the ones who felt the most heartbroken. They did not know that such a huge scourge was hiding in the academy. Now that they thought about it, they felt extremely disgusted. All right. Heng Jingshua is a student of Tai Yan Academy after all. I think we should let Brother Qinghan handle this matter. We'll assist you. How about that? Qinghan almost could not maintain his composure anymore. Whatever you say, it's the truth. Then, he turned around and returned to his seat. It was obvious that he did not want to speak anymore. Even so, he felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. If he did not get to the bottom of this, he and the entire Tai Yan Academy would not be able to clear their names. Not only did he not get first place, but he also got himself into trouble. What was this? Chu Luiyue put away her thoughts and smiled at Xiao Wenling and the rest. Oh right, according to the rules, you guys can continue to challenge me? Xiao Wenling and the rest, who were suddenly called out, shuddered and quickly shook their heads. No, no, no. I'm not challenging you. I'm not challenging you either. I am injured. I'm not going to compete. I think my ranking is quite good. Chu Luiyue raised her brows. It was fine if they did not want to challenge her. Why did they make it seem like she was some demon? Looking at them, those who did not know would think that she was very scary. However, she did not know that she was indeed a very terrifying existence in their eyes. No, it should be said that most of the people in the square thought so. The scene of her blood ferret swallowing Hang Jingshua's moon devourer was still deeply imprinted in everyone's minds, and they couldn't forget it. At this time, who would be so reckless as to challenge Chu Luyue? What if the blood ferret bit his neck? Are you sure you don't want to continue? No, no, no. Several people denied in unison. Chu Luyue's red lips curved into a brilliant smile. If that's the case, elder son, is the warrior competition over? Only then did Sun Zhongyan regain his senses. That's right. If no one challenged him, then, Chu Luyue would be the true #1 warrior. His originally worried mood immediately lightened up, and the wrinkles on his face bloomed into a smile. I declare. The champion of this year's Qingjiao competition is Tianlu Academy's Chu Luyue. Hang Jingshua aside, Chu Luyue winning first place still made everyone from the Tianlu Academy celebrate. One had to know that they had not won first place for 3 whole years. With such a powerful genius, they naturally basked in the glory. Nanfeng Academy was still alright, but Taiyan Academy was utterly humiliated. They were full of confidence when they came, but who knew that things would turn out like this? Cheng Han took a deep breath and kept persuading himself. Being #1 in the warrior competition is not a big deal. There are still Xian Masters and Celestial Physician after them. The 3 Xian Master Academies are considered to be on par. No one knows who will win in the end. However, I still have Situ Xingqian. As long as I can become #1 in the Celestial Physician competition, I can redeem myself. Lu Yu, after the Qingjiao competition ends, you can choose from any of the 3 academies and enter their library. You can borrow books for free for a month. Have you thought of which academy you want to go to? Asked Sun Zhongyan cheerfully. Chu Luyue thought for a while and smiled. I haven't thought about it yet. Sun Zhongyan did not mind. Then, think about it again. The Qingjiao competition will end in 2 days. It's the same for your selection. Nobody expected this girl to win first place, so it was normal for her to not think about it. Chu Luyue obediently agreed and returned to her seat. Si Yang was dazed. You actually won first place, Lu Yu. Are you still going to participate in the Xian Master competition? Why not? Asked Chu Luyue. I'm sitting in the Xian Master seat. Si Yang said sincerely, you've already won first place. You've already gotten first place in the warrior tournament and defeated so many people. You don't have to worry about us, do you? Chu Luyue stared at him intently. Didn't you say that the Qingjiao competition's rewards are very generous? Si Yang covered his face in despair. It's all my fault for saying that. The 3rd day of the competition ended just like that. The news of Chu Luyue winning first place quickly spread throughout the imperial city. At the same time, many people also knew that Hang Jingshua had poisoned her. At night, at Crown Prince Mansion, Rong Jin lay on the bed with a pale face. Chu Xianmin was carefully serving him in front of the bed. However, her gaze was somewhat erratic. In actual fact, she was listening to Zhuo Rong and the Empress talking outside the screen. It's our negligence that caused His Highness to be poisoned. Luckily, the dosage was small, and His Highness had always been strong, so it wasn't very serious. Now that the remaining poison has been removed, he just needs to rest for a while, and he'll be fine. This was Zhuo Rong's voice. In the academy, he was the teacher, and Rong Jin was the student. However, this was Crown Prince Mansion, so they naturally had to follow the hierarchy. Teacher Zhuo Rong, you're too polite. If it weren't for you, the Crown Prince would have. The Empress immediately rushed over when she heard the news. Even though Zhuo Rong said that Rong Jin was fine, she still felt scared. Zhuo Rong sighed. Actually, the person you should thank isn't me but Lu Yu. If she didn't discover it early, we wouldn't have known that His Highness was poisoned. Once the time was delayed, it would be really dangerous. The Empress paused. Chu Luyue. Yes. The Empress was silent for a while before she softly said, she's a good girl. She's a good child. Don't worry, when there's an opportunity, Ben Gong will personally go and thank her. Chu Xianmin unconsciously clenched her fists. Chu Luyue. Chu Luyue again. Now, even the Empress said that. Water. A weak moan was heard. Chu Xianmin hurriedly looked at the bed and saw that Rong Jin had opened his eyes. Your Highness. Your Highness, you're awake? That's great. Water is here. Chu Xianmin hurriedly passed the water beside her over and carefully fed him. The people outside heard the commotion and hurriedly came in. When the Empress saw that Rong Jin was awake, her eyes turned red, and she directly pounced on him. Jin, you're finally awake. Chu Xianmin hurriedly retreated, but the Empress didn't even look at her. She couldn't help but secretly bite her lips. Rong Jin opened his eyes and asked with difficulty. Did Luyue save me? You can find a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 234. The Empress didn't expect Rong Jin's first sentence to be this. Her face darkened, and Chu Xianmin even lowered her head to hide all the emotions in her eyes. The Empress patted Rong Jin's arm. Jin, you just woke up, and your body is still very weak. Let's talk about this later. Rong Jin was a little dazed. Actually, he had already woken up and heard most of what Mr. Zhuo Rong and his mother said. Even though he didn't remember what exactly happened, he clearly heard the key words. Heng Jingqiao's 7 cold poison. Chu Luyue looking at his mother's reaction, it meant that what they said was true. Rong Jin's heart was instantly filled with mixed feelings. He felt very embarrassed when he was rejected when he invited Chu Luyue. However, he didn't expect Chu Luyue to help him at the crucial moment. If it weren't for her, his life would have been. The young girl's cold appearance appeared in front of him again. For some reason, the anger from being offended had completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by an indescribable, complicated feeling. She was indeed different from the others. He couldn't help but tightly grab the Empress's arm and anxiously said, Mother, I have a request. Mother Empress, I have a request. I hope you will grant it. The Empress was shocked. Rong Jin had been the crown prince for many years, and he rarely used such a pleading tone to speak to her. After all, he was her son, and her heart ached for him. Her voice was much gentler. Jin, there's no need to ask for anything between us. Whatever you want to do, just say the word. Rong Jin looked at her and said word by word. I want to marry Chu Luyue as my crown princess. The Empress's smile froze. Chu Xianmin hurriedly looked up, but she immediately looked down. However, she had already secretly grabbed her sleeves and tightly clenched them. The Empress's voice was cold. Jin, you still have a fever, and your mind isn't very clear. Let's talk about it after you recover. She then stood up to leave. However, Rong Jin was very persistent. Mother. I've made up my mind. If you don't agree, I'll go and beg father. You're crazy. The Empress finally couldn't hold it in and suddenly raised her voice. Don't forget your identity. You're the crown prince. As the crown prince, how could he go back on his words? Previously, Chu Luyue was a good-for-nothing. Although he was criticized for canceling the engagement with her, it was more or less reasonable. How could the crown prince's consort be a good-for-nothing? But now, Rong Jin actually said that he wanted to remarry Chu Luyue. What would others think? What would His Majesty think? That's absurd. However, Rong Jin didn't seem to listen to her at all as he clenched his teeth. I only love her. If I can't marry her, then I won't marry anyone else. You. The Empress almost fainted from anger. What's so good about that Chu Luyue? There are so many good girls in the world. Why is Rongjin so obsessed with me all of a sudden? What exactly did I feed Rongjin? However, seeing Rongjin's resolute attitude, the Empress didn't dare to insist. Allow me to think about this matter again. At the very least, we have to wait until the Qingjiao competition ends. Rongjin also knew that it was a little overboard to suddenly raise this request, so he didn't force it. Seeing that the Empress had softened her stance, he stopped while he was ahead. Then, I'll thank you first, Mother. The Empress looked at him deeply before she turned around and left. Her thin brows were knitted together. Zuorong was forced to listen to this conversation at the side, and he was also very embarrassed. He found an excuse and left. Very quickly, only Rongjin and Chu Xianmin were left in the room. Rongjin lay back on the bed and looked at the curtains above his head in a daze. However, things related to Chu Luiyue kept appearing in his mind. Thinking about it carefully, even though their engagement had lasted for many years, the two of them didn't have much interaction. Now that he wanted to think about it, he realized that it was the same thing over and over again. Rongjin was a little disappointed. However, once he thought about how Chu Luiyue saved his life, he felt a little happy. As long as she wasn't engaged, nobody in the imperial city could fight with him for her. Thinking of this, he looked at Chu Xianmin at the side and hurriedly asked, "Oh, right. Minmin, weren't you very close to Lu Yu in the past? You should know what she likes, right? What kind of jewelry does she like? What does she usually like to do? Hurry up and tell me." Chu Xianmin almost sneered out loud. What a joke. The crown prince, who used to avoid Chu Luiyue like the plague, actually wants to remarry. He even started to ask me what Chu Luiyue likes. I've never had such thoughts about her. I really didn't consider her at all when I asked all these questions. Chu Xianmin suppressed the jealousy and anger in her heart and lightly said, "Your Highness, you should take care of your body first. I'll naturally tell you all these things one by one." Rongjin was then relieved. He mumbled for a while before he fell into a deep sleep. Chu Xianmin looked at him coldly. After a while, she revealed a sarcastic smile. Chu Luiyue directly returned to her residence. When she went up to the second floor, she almost habitually walked to the window and looked at Yifeng courtyard. Many leaves had fallen in the courtyard, and there was no one on the rattan chair. It looked a little cold. It seems like Rong Xiao hasn't returned yet. She slightly knitted her brows and hid the faint disappointment in her heart. Thinking about it carefully, Rong Xiao had only left for 3 days. She actually felt a little unaccustomed to it. This feeling of being tied down by something was really not good. Chu Luiyue stood quietly for a while and planned to close the window. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the night sky. Chu Luiyue seemed to have sensed something. She looked over and slightly widened her eyes. Shue shue. Plop. Shue shue actually directly jumped in through the window. It jumped into Chu Luiyue's arms. Chu Luiyue staggered a few steps and almost fell to the ground. Shue shue, why are you? Before she could finish speaking, she smelled a strong smell of blood. Chu Luiyue's expression suddenly changed, and she hurriedly helped Shue shue up from her arms. Under the moonlight, she saw that there was a deep wound on Shue shue's body. It was so deep that the bone could be seen. What's wrong? Who did this to you? Chu Luiyue's heart was burning with anger as she asked anxiously. No wonder Shue shue rushed in and directly pounced on her. It wasn't affectionate acting coquettishly, but because it was too injured and couldn't control itself. Shue shue's aura was also much weaker. It looked very messy, as if it had just gone through a fierce battle. Hearing Chu Luiyue's voice, Shue shue let out a low whimper. A pair of ice-blue eyes looked at her sadly and nervously. Chu Luiyue suddenly thought of something. Where's your master? Shue shue bit the corner of her clothes and pulled her outside. Chu Luiyue's heart sank. Something happened to Rong Xiao. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 235. Where is he? Chu Luiyue asked immediately. Xue Xue whimpered and lowered its body. Chu Luiyue immediately understood that Xue Xue wanted to bring her there. But, your injury, Xue Xue shook its head and looked at her blankly. Chu Luiyue calmed down and suddenly took out a herb from her heaven and earth bag. This is a spirit herb. It can stop bleeding and heal wounds. You can use it first. As she spoke, she quickly crushed the herb and applied it on Xue Xue's wound. The wound, which was so deep that the bones could be seen, began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Luiyue was finally relieved and sat on Xue Xue's back. She felt a weight on her shoulder and turned to see that Dumpling had followed her. Let's go. Chu Luiyue patted Xue Xue's head lightly, and Xue Xue leaped out of the window. In the night, the figures of a human and two beasts rushed out quickly. When they passed through the barrier of the academy, Chu Luiyue was a little worried, but Xue Xue did not seem to care. When they got close to the barrier, a silver glow suddenly spread out from Xue Xue's body and enveloped Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue immediately felt that her aura was isolated, and she passed through the barrier without causing any fluctuations. Soon, she left the academy completely and headed west. Chu Luiyue looked back and saw the silhouette of Tianlu Academy gradually disappear into the night. Chu Luiyue retracted her gaze and realized that although Xue Xue was injured, it was still very fast. It was indeed a high-level fiend. Even if it was injured, its combat power was still very strong. However, she did not know what kind of trouble Rong Xiu had encountered that even Xue Xue was injured. In the imperial city, or rather in the entire country Yaochen, there seemed to be no fiend that could compare to Xue Xue. As for Rong Xiu, his strength was even more mysterious. No one knew who he had encountered. At this time, Chu Luiyue didn't think about it at all. If even Rong Xiu couldn't solve it, with her current strength, she wouldn't be of much help. All she could think of was to be faster, faster. Now that Rong Xiu was in trouble, she could not sit back and do nothing. She couldn't do it either. Very quickly, Chu Luiyue realized that Xue Xue had already brought her out of the imperial city gates. Her expression became more and more serious. At that time, Rong Xiu said that he was going to leave for a while, and she didn't ask him where he was going. Looking at it now, it was indeed outside the imperial capital. Xue Xue headed towards the forest outside the imperial capital. Gradually, under the moonlight, Chu Luiyue began to feel that the scenery before him was somewhat familiar. This forest seemed to be the place where she was reborn. That is, the forest where the original host was assassinated outside the city. After passing through the dense forest, Xue Xue finally flew down in a certain direction. After landing, Chu Luiyue looked carefully and saw a sparkling lake. At this time, the moonlight was just right, and the lake was shrouded in a layer of faint white smoke, looking even more tranquil. This is the place where she first met Rong Xiu. Xue Xue, why did you bring me here? Chu Luiyue got down from Xue Xue and quickly looked around, but she didn't see Rong Xiu. Where's your master? Not only was Rong Xiu not there, but there was no one around except her. Xue Xue whimpered and walked towards the lake. Then, it stopped beside the lake and looked at the lake, seeming a little anxious. Chu Luiyue stared blankly for a while before suddenly reacting. You're saying that Rong Xiu is in this lake? Xue Xue nodded and its claws scratched the ground anxiously. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. When she first met Rong Xiu, he was indeed here. He also said that this was his territory. But now, Xue Xue actually said that Rong Xiu was under this lake. The lake was calm. Only the dense origin power on its surface made it look different from ordinary lakes. Chu Luiyue walked over and looked at the lake hesitantly. He is under here. Suddenly, her eyes focused. When the white fog gradually dispersed, she saw that under the clear water, there seemed to be a silver stream of light. Her heart skipped a beat and she immediately looked forward. There was the same scene under the lake in the distance. This stream of light was faintly discernible under the lake. It wasn't very clear to begin with, and with the fog above the lake, it was even harder to distinguish. If one didn't stand closer, they definitely wouldn't be able to detect this abnormality. Chu Luiyue focused her gaze and gradually widened her eyes. The intertwined lines of light looked very similar to a teleportation array. Chu Luiyue blurted out in shock. She never expected that there would be a teleportation array hidden under the lake. Moreover, if she wasn't wrong, this teleportation array's level wasn't low. Chu Luiyue looked at the intertwined streams of light below and could already vaguely feel the pressure from the teleportation array. She didn't speak for a long time. Rongxiu actually hid a teleportation array here. Chu Luiyue realized that she had still underestimated Rongxiu. Such a teleportation array required at least 3 level 5 Xian masters to build. How many level 5 Xian masters were there in the entire country Yaochen? Rongxiu, he actually, just as countless thoughts flashed through her mind, Shui suddenly went forward and nudged her knees. Chu Luiyue glanced at it and vaguely realized something. Rongxiu was probably at the place where this teleportation array would reach. We can only find Rongxiu if we go down from here, right? Shui nodded again, looking increasingly anxious. Chu Luiyue made up her mind. She hugged Dumpling and jumped down. Let's go. When Chu Luiyue jumped into the lake, she saw the white fog above quickly disperse in all directions. The teleportation array below shone brightly and quickly enveloped her. The lake water consciously parted. Only then did Chu Luiyue realize that the light from the teleportation array automatically formed a barrier around her, perfectly protecting her. The surrounding lake water also avoided it because of this. Chu Luiyue looked at the silver barrier around her strangely. Why would this teleportation array automatically protect her? It wasn't as if she had never seen a teleportation array before. She had even built many of them herself, so she knew more about them. The biggest use of a normal teleportation array was to connect two spaces, allowing people to quickly travel from one place to another. Inside the teleportation array, because it was connected to the void, there would often be violent energy flowing around. It was inevitable that there would be some danger when passing through it. Sometimes, in order to avoid this, some small mechanisms would be specially set up when building the teleportation array. For example, when someone passed through the teleportation array and the teleportation array sensed their aura, it would automatically form a barrier to protect them. However, she didn't know that there was a teleportation array here and had never used it before. How could this happen? However, this doubt only flashed through her mind. In the next moment, she felt her body being pulled down by a force. Her surroundings instantly fell into darkness. Wonderful book house. Chapter 236. She hugged Dumpling tightly in her arms and sensed that Shui was by her feet. Only then did she relax and know that they had already entered the teleportation array. The surroundings were filled with the whistling of the wind caused by the turbulence. Chu Luiyue had no doubt that if not for the protection of this barrier, she would have been torn apart by the violent turbulence the moment she entered. The surroundings were pitch black and she couldn't see anything. Chu Luiyue's heart gradually rose. Everything was indicating that Rongxiu had too many secrets. Every time she thought she had understood enough, she would realize that what she saw was only the tip of the iceberg. At the very least, this teleportation array was definitely not something that a small princely of country Yaochen could do. After an unknown period of time, Chu Luiyue finally saw a ray of light in front of her eyes. We're here. A powerful pressure surged from all directions. Chu Luiyue's eyes were instantly covered by white light. She raised her hand to cover her eyes. When the light gradually dimmed, she put down her hand and looked around. When she saw the scene in front of her clearly, she finally widened her eyes and her heart was filled with shock. This was actually a sea. It was night time, and only a bright moon hung in the dark night sky. A faint light shone down, and the dark blue surface of the sea sparkled. The seawater kept surging and hitting the reef in a cycle. She was currently standing on the shore. Looking back, there was an endless desert. Looking forward, there was an even more mysterious sea. In the distance, where the sea met the sky, there seemed to be a huge curtain hanging down from the sky and connecting with the sea. The curtain looked incomparably dark. Occasionally, one or two golden streams of light would flash across it and disappear in the blink of an eye. A boundless pressure spread out from it, causing people to unconsciously submit to it. Chu Luiyue looked at this scene in shock and was speechless for a long time. This curtain, this curtain. On the Black Tortoise continent, there were many countries. However, these countries were also divided into ranks. For example, the Tianling dynasty was considered a superior country, while country Yaochen was only a subordinate country. The Tianling dynasty's territory was surrounded by these curtains. It was also known as the Heaven's Canopy. Anyone who wanted to enter the Tianling dynasty had to pass through their Heaven's Canopy. In reality, this Heaven's Canopy wasn't man-made. It existed naturally. The existence of Heaven's Canopy divided the Black Tortoise continent into two levels. Empires within Heaven's Canopy, such as the Tianling dynasty, had rich heaven and earth origin force. The cultivation environment there was much better than outside Heaven's Canopy. To them, the Heaven's Canopy was the protection of nature, and it also represented the honor bestowed by the heavens. There were too many people who wanted to enter Heaven's Canopy. However, the Heaven's Canopy was extremely powerful. Only when a cultivator's strength was strong enough could they successfully enter it. When she was in power, she had also heard that countless cultivators outside the Tianling dynasty's territory tried to pass through Heaven's Canopy every year. However, only a few succeeded in the end. Chu Luiyue never expected that she would be directly outside Heaven's Canopy from that transportation portal. However, her gaze was quickly attracted by the scene in midair. A tall white figure was standing in midair. Even though his back was facing her, she could still recognize that it was Rong Xiu. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly heard a sinister and mocking voice coming from midair. "Your Highness, I haven't seen you for a while. Has your strength decreased so much?" Chu Luiyue looked in the direction of the voice and saw that there was actually another person standing opposite Rong Xiu. However, he was wearing a black robe with a hood on his head. The darkness of the night concealed his figure. Therefore, Chu Luiyue didn't see him at first glance. Rong Xiu laughed softly. "It seems that your Highness has been living too comfortably recently. That's why you came to court death." Chu Luiyue was taken aback. "Your Highness?" Was he referring to Rong Xiu? But country Yaochen didn't seem to have a Your Highness, right? Where did this identity of Rong Xiu come from? Moreover, she felt that the Rong Xiu in front of her now seemed to be different from the person she knew in the past. She had never heard Rong Xiu speak in such a tone. Cold. Majestic. Disdainful. With the absolute suppression of a superior. "Oh. I forgot that this is outside Heaven's Canopy. Your realm is suppressed, so your strength is naturally greatly reduced. Otherwise, why couldn't you even take 10 of my moves?" The black-robed man's voice was sharp and cold. It was as if a sharp weapon was scraping against glass, making one feel very uncomfortable. Chu Luiyue only heard these two sentences and felt the force in her body faintly become chaotic. This was caused by the opponent's strength being too strong. Chu Luiyue's brows were tightly knitted. The black-robed man's strength was at least a stage 6 warrior. But his words made Chu Luiyue even more horrified. Rong Xiu's realm was suppressed? Didn't that mean that Rong Xiu's strength was at least a stage 7 warrior? If people outside wanted to enter Heaven's Canopy, their strength had to be at least a stage 6 warrior. But at most, they were at the peak of stage 6. This was because cultivators outside Heaven's Canopy could only cultivate to this realm. If they wanted to break through to stage 7, they had to enter Heaven's Canopy. And once a warrior above stage 7 left Heaven's Canopy, their realm would be suppressed to stage 7 and below. Chu Luiyue secretly guessed Rong Xiu's true strength, but she didn't expect him to be so powerful. He wasn't even 20 years old this year, right? This level of talent, even compared to her previous life, was not inferior in the slightest. Don't worry. Even if it's outside heaven's canopy, I can still send you on your way. Rong Xiu smiled casually as if he didn't care about the other party at all. But Chu Liuyue's sharp eyes saw that the corner of his clothes seemed to be stained with blood. Ha ha ha. Your Highness, you're already injured and don't have the strength to fight anymore. I'm curious, how do you plan to kill me? The high and mighty Your Highness, the Holy Sun, has actually fallen to such a state. TSK. If this news were to spread, I'm afraid you won't have the face to continue sitting in this position. But you don't have to worry about these things. After all, your life is going to end here today. As he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. He raised a blood-colored sickle. Blood sickle slash. The surrounding heaven and earth force rapidly gathered. His blood-colored sickle suddenly slashed down. A blood-colored light instantly flew toward Rong Xiu. Rong Xiu waved his sleeves, and a silver disc flew out rapidly. Boom! Two powerful forces fiercely collided together. The sea water violently surged. Soon, the silver disc suddenly cracked. Crack! Chapter 237. Countless streaks of light scattered in all directions. Rong Xiu quickly retreated. But the crimson scythe quickly caught up. Chu Luyue stood behind a piece of rock, but she was still blown so hard by the strong wind that she could barely stand. Rong Xiu was already injured previously, and this attack put him at a disadvantage. Your Highness, let's end it here. The black-robed man shouted coldly, and the crimson scythe suddenly changed into several shadows. They all rushed toward Rong Xiu. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Rong Xiu. At this moment, Rong Xiu raised his wrist. Turbulent waves of seawater suddenly shot up to the sky. It formed a huge water screen in front of him. Chi! The crimson scythe rushed into the water screen, but it was as if it had sunk into a swamp, and its speed immediately decreased by a lot. The black-robed man seemed to be shocked. You can actually control the sea and heaven's canopy? Rong Xiu chuckled. Not much, but it's enough to deal with you. After saying that, he suddenly snapped his fingers. A silver flame suddenly appeared at the tip of his long, white fingers. Go! Accompanied by this cold voice, the silver flame lightly landed on the water screen. Boom! In an instant, it was as if a spark had fallen into a pot of oil, and a raging fire instantly burned. Above the deep blue water screen, a bright and cold silver flame instantly ignited. It covered the sky and covered the earth. The black-robed man sensed that something was wrong and immediately wanted to retreat. However, at this moment, another water screen rose up behind him. The silver flame quickly spread and burned over. Two burning water screens, one in front and one behind, trapped the black-robed man in the middle. Gradually, the crimson scythes that were trapped in the water screen also started to melt. The black-robed man finally panicked. He originally thought that Rong Xiu's realm was suppressed and would definitely not be his match, but he did not expect him to be able to use such a move. Your Highness, your strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, I came prepared this time. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding heaven and earth origin force rapidly surged into his body. The aura around him surged crazily. Soon, Chu Luyue sensed a ripple in the distant heaven's canopy. That man had actually forcefully raised his strength to the peak of rank 6. When it sensed the aura of a rank 7 warrior, heaven's canopy would become unstable. He had clearly intentionally stuck his realm at this boundary. Outside the heaven's canopy, the highest level one can reach is the peak of the 6th level. Your Highness, the suppression of your realm is too strong. How can you be a match for me now? The black-robed man let out a strange laugh, and a white chain suddenly flew out from under his robe. The chain seemed to be made of carved bones, and it emitted a cold aura. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that it was covered in dried blood. It made people shudder with fear. The chain flew out and pierced into the water screen. The chain was intercepted again, but when the silver flame neared, the dark red blood on the white bones suddenly wriggled. The silver flame licked the chain crazily, but only a series of crackling sounds could be heard. Vaguely, it sounded like the mournful cries of a malicious spirit. A hole was gradually being devoured on the water screen. Chi! The last layer of flame was extinguished, and the chain quickly flew toward Rongxiu. Rongxiu suddenly looked up. His gaze was deep. He abruptly raised his hand and grabbed the chain tightly. The black-robed man suddenly looked up and laughed. Ha ha ha. Do you think this is still within heaven's canopy? Don't think I don't know that the golden body of the saint cannot be summoned outside heaven's canopy. You must die today. After saying that, he shouted in a deep voice. Ghost chain, explode. Bam! 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 The white bones on the chain suddenly exploded. Rongxiu flung his wrist. The chain shook violently. The powerful force quickly spread to the black-robed man's body. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. The two of them were sent flying by the impact of the force. Shue Shue roared and flew out quickly. It originally wanted to catch Rongxiu, but the force was too strong. In addition, it was already injured, so it fell down together with Rongxiu. Shue Shue's claws scratched a deep trench on the ground, and it finally stopped when it hit the reef. Although Rongxiu had Shue Shue as a buffer, his arms still hit the reef heavily. On the other hand, although the black-robed man was also affected, it was not as serious as Rongxiu, and he quickly stabilized himself. The outcome of the two of them was obvious. Rongxiu's hand was on the rough reef. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly realized something and looked up. Behind the reef, in the shadows, there was a pair of clear eyes. It was a face that he couldn't be more familiar with. Why was she here? Before Rongxiu could think clearly, he felt a cold wind coming from behind. He quickly and resolutely shouted in a low voice. Dodge! However, Chu Luiyue did not dodge. Instead, her eyes seemed to be burning with flames. When she exchanged glances with Rongxiu, she clearly saw the bloodstains on Rongxiu's face and body. Ever since they met, the Rongxiu she saw was always strong and calm. Even when he was fighting the black flying python, his clothes were always neat and tidy. She had never seen him in such a sorry state. She did not know why, but a nameless anger suddenly rose from the bottom of her heart. In mid-air, the blood-red sharp blade flew over and was about to land on Rongxiu's body. Chu Luiyue didn't even think as she jumped and flipped over from behind the reef. Immediately, she pulled Rongxiu away. At this moment, the blood-red sharp blade had arrived. It was close at hand. She could already clearly feel the terrifying pressure. She grabbed Rongxiu's hand tightly and with a turn of her feet, she blocked in front of Rongxiu. Rongxiu immediately guessed what she was planning to do and his heart suddenly tightened. With her current strength, how could she withstand this attack? Dumplings suddenly flew out and went straight for the blood-red blade. Chi! Its small body was overturned in a blink of an eye. The strength of a 6th-stage peak warrior was extremely terrifying and it was not something it could handle. On the other side, Shue Shue struggled to stand up but with a few more wounds on its body, it could not get up at all. Chu Luiyue suddenly pushed Rongxiu away. Rongxiu's heart was empty and in the next moment, he pulled her tightly into his arms. Chu Luiyue suddenly bumped into his chest and the tip of her nose hurt. But at this moment, she did not care about this and the first sentence that came out of her mouth was, danger. Run. Digression, Kavenka is in so much pain that he wishes he was dead. The remaining 2 updates will probably be released in the afternoon. Kavenka is so unbearable. Mobile users, please browse and read. Chapter 238. Rong Xiu held her tightly in his arms. When he heard her voice, he suddenly froze. She actually told him to run first. Did she know what she meant by doing this? Seeing that Rong Xiu didn't move, Chu Luiyue anxiously shouted again. Hurry! This shout woke Rong Xiu up from his dream. He looked at the girl in his arms. She was slender, young, but brave and fearless. At this moment, his figure was finally clearly reflected in her eyes. He heard his heart beating rapidly, and even the blood in his limbs and bones surged. Deep in his heart, it was as if thousands of joy were surging up one after another, drowning him. Chu Luiyue already felt the imminent danger behind her. Her hair stood on end. She wanted to push Rong Xiu away, but he hugged her so tightly that she couldn't break free. This person. He was usually a strategist who could decide victory from 1,000 miles away. Why was he suddenly stunned at this moment? Rong Xiu. Do you really want to die here? Chu Luiyue asked through gritted teeth. Rong Xiu's eyes were so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. It was like a whirlpool that wanted to swallow her. His thin lips lifted slightly, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Of course not. It wasn't easy to wait for this day. How could he die? He looked deeply at Chu Luiyue, and an undercurrent surged. Chu Luiyue didn't know how to describe his gaze, and the words that were about to come out of her mouth suddenly couldn't come out. The next moment, he lowered his gaze and his gaze fell on Chu Luiyue's slender and fair neck. She had tied the colored glass barrier around her neck. With a light hook of his finger, the colored glass barrier fell into his palm. Whoosh! He circulated his force, and the colored glass barrier instantly unfolded. The barrier glowing with a faint silver color immediately enveloped the two of them. Boom! The powerful force rushed over and crashed into the colored glass barrier. The colored glass barrier suddenly trembled. However, in the end, he still managed to isolate that ball of energy. Chu Luiyue was slightly shocked. Looks like this glazed barrier that Rong Xiu gave her wasn't ordinary either, to actually be able to forcefully withstand the attack of a peak tier 6 powerhouse. Is it a woman? The black-robed man stood in the air and looked down at the two of them. To be precise, he was looking at Chu Luiyue. Although she was tightly held in Rong Xiu's arms and her face could not be seen, one could still tell that she was a young girl with a graceful figure. After a brief moment of dead silence, he suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. So that was how it was. So that was how it was. No wonder the Saint Prince was willing to stay outside heaven's canopy for such a long time. It was all because of a woman. Rumor has it that His Highness, the Holy Sun, does not get close to women and is proud and aloof. Who would have thought that he would actually lose his head over a woman? If this news were to spread, it would probably cause a huge commotion. Chu Luiyue was even more confused. Why did these words sound so strange? Could it be that Rong Xiu had always been inside heaven's canopy? How could this be? Close your eyes. Rong Xiu lowered his head and gently kissed her eyes. His voice was low and gentle. Chu Luiyue did not know why, but she obediently closed her eyes and leaned into his arms. The moment he opened his mouth, that terrifying threat seemed to quietly dissipate. It was as if as long as he was around, all the dangers were not worth mentioning. She did not know where this inexplicable peace of mind came from, but she seemed to be very used to it. Seeing that she was obediently lying in his arms, Rong Xiu's eyes flashed with a dark light, and his arms tightened. Then, he finally looked at the black-robed man. A faint golden light appeared in his eyes that were as deep as the night. The black-robed man's laughter suddenly stopped. Just now, Rong Xiu raised his hand and lightly pointed forward. A dazzling golden flame suddenly appeared at his fingertip. The saint's golden body? How could this be? This is outside heaven's canopy, Qi. Rong Xiu flicked his finger, and that golden flame instantly flew out. It was just a small ball, but in the eyes of the black-robed man, it was like a life-taking talisman. He retreated in fear and used all his speed, hoping to get away as soon as possible. How could this be? How could this be? Outside heaven's canopy, the realm of cultivators would be suppressed to below stage 7 warriors. Logically speaking, it was absolutely impossible for him to summon the saint's golden body. But now, Rong Xiu's aura was indeed much stronger than before. Even though he had already used all his strength to escape, the golden flame's speed was even faster. Not long later, it silently landed on the dark blue sea surface. The moment that golden flame touched the sea surface, everything in the surroundings seemed to have stopped. The waves of the sea suddenly stopped, and the waves hit the reef. Even the 2 water curtains burning with silver flames froze. The black-robed man only felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on him. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead, and he started to find it difficult to move. This was the pressure of an absolute powerhouse. He turned around in a panic and saw Rong Xiu standing by the shore, hugging the woman in his arms tightly and looking at him coldly and disdainfully. That gaze was as if he was looking at an ant that was about to die. Cold. Indifferent. No one dared to have the slightest intention of disobedience. The next moment, Rong Xiu's lips moved slightly. Break. With that, the place where the golden flame was suddenly collapsed, revealing a piece of darkness in the void. That was the collapse of space. The black-robed man was horrified. He couldn't care about anything else and turned to run. But his body didn't seem to have any reaction. He looked down in shock and realized that his entire body was also frozen by that terrifying power, and he couldn't move at all. And at this moment, with the golden flame as the center, the surrounding space started to collapse. The black void expanded as if it was forming a huge black hole. Seawater, waves, flames, everything was swallowed into that collapsing space. Soon, that black color had spread to the black-robed man's feet. No. No. He screamed in horror and frantically tried to move his body, but it was futile. In the end, he could only watch as his feet disappeared along with the collapse of space. Everything happened so quickly that he didn't even feel the pain. The collapsing space had already swallowed his thighs. Only when his waist was also crushed did the bone-piercing pain finally come. Ah! The mournful scream sounded particularly eerie in the empty sea. He looked at Rong Xiu with hatred and said sternly, "Saint!" forcefully summoning the golden body outside heaven's canopy. "Aren't you afraid of being punished?" Rong Xiu narrowed his eyes. Noisy. The speed of the collapsing space became even faster. Before the black-robed man could finish his sentence, his entire body was swallowed. If Chu Luiyue looked back at this moment, he would see that more than half of the space between the sea and the sky had already collapsed. The huge black void strangely and quietly appeared there. It was hard to imagine what kind of person could have such a powerful means. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 239. Rong Xiu withdrew the golden flame, and the black void began to gradually recover. When everything returned to normal, the golden light in Rong Xiu's eyes finally dissipated, and the deep gaze returned. Immediately, he gently patted Chu Luiyue's back. "All right." Chu Luiyue slowly raised her head and glanced at him. Rong Xiu looked no different from before. But she faintly felt that the Rong Xiu here seemed to be different from the one she saw before. She wondered if it was because of the so-called Holy Sun identity. Suppressing the doubts in her heart, she turned back to take a look. The magnificent sea had returned to its calm state. The 2 burning water curtains from before had completely dissipated and disappeared without a trace. And the man in the black robe had indeed disappeared without a trace. "He's dead?" Rong Xiu faintly responded with a as if he didn't care. Chu Luiyue's heart suddenly jumped. The man in the black robe was a peak 6th rank warrior. He actually died just like that. And there was no corpse left. How did Rong Xiu do it? Although she was leaning in Rong Xiu's arms just now and didn't see anything, she could still hear the movements and sounds clearly. She could roughly guess what had happened. But she really couldn't imagine how Rong Xiu killed the man in the black robe. He had been standing here holding her and didn't even move a step. She had too many questions in her heart, but when the words reached her mouth, she suddenly couldn't speak. Rong Xiu suddenly took out a white handkerchief and carefully wiped the blood off his hands. Chu Luiyue glanced at it. It was the one he lent her the last time. The two of them suddenly fell into silence. Chu Luiyue then realized that her hands were still tightly clutching the front of his clothes, and her whole body was tightly in his arms. An ambiguous and subtle aura gradually spread out. Now that she had calmed down, she came back to her senses and gradually remembered what she had done. Instantly, he was dumbfounded. Did she just jump out for Rong Xiu? At that time, she didn't even seem to care about her own life. She just did it so straightforwardly. Her fingers curled up slightly, not knowing if she should retreat first. Being so close to Rong Xiu made her face burn. "What are you thinking about?" asked Rong Xiu casually as he glanced down and guessed her thoughts. "I think you and it seems strange." Chu Luiyue blurted out, but she immediately stopped mid-sentence. No matter how he phrased it, it didn't seem right. Rong Xiu chuckled and put away the handkerchief. After making sure that there was no blood on his hands, he finally nodded in satisfaction and looked at her. "Me and you? What's wrong?" Chu Luiyue coughed and pushed him, but realized that she couldn't push him away. She could only give up. "Nothing, I was just thinking, what did that person mean when he said that you would be punished for summoning the golden body of the Son of Saint outside heaven's canopy?" Rong Xiu paused and suddenly reached out to hold her face. Chu Luiyue could only look up and meet his eyes. "Coincidentally, I also want to ask a question. When we were in danger just now, you stood in front of me and let me go first. What do you mean by that?" His tone was gentle and slow, but his eyes were deep and serious. Chu Luiyue was instantly embarrassed. In fact, she also didn't know why she did that. She had a vague guess in her heart, but she couldn't say it out loud. "You haven't answered my question. As long as you tell me the answer to this question, I will tell you everything you want to know." Rong Xiu. Chu Luiyue stared at him. He was obviously doing it on purpose. Rong Xiu looked at her embarrassed face and really loved it. He inched closer. The two of them were so close that they could hear each other's breathing. He chuckled. "Actually, I have an answer, but I don't know if it's right. Why don't I tell you, and you just have to say if it's right or not? How about it?" Chu Luiyue blinked in a daze and saw that his eyes had suddenly become exceptionally dark. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Immediately, his fingers slid down from her cheeks and pinched her chin, forcing her to raise her face slightly. He lowered his head and moved closer. Chu Luiyue only felt something soft and slightly cold on her lips. That familiar cold fragrance suddenly became rich, and in an instant, it permeated between his lips and teeth. Chu Luiyue widened her eyes, and her heart felt as if it had been heavily rubbed by something. It was unbelievably sweet and soft. Rong Xiu was kissing her. The sea breeze was gentle, and the moonlight was bright. She could even see the faint shadows cast by his thick eyelashes on his eyelids. Rong Xiu originally wanted to kiss her lightly, but the moment he touched that incredible softness, he felt as if something in his heart had suddenly collapsed. Almost instinctively, he bit her lips, grinding and sucking on them. A blazing heat spread from between their lips. Chu Luiyue felt as if her whole body was burning, and her limbs were a little weak. She finally found her reason and pushed Rong Xiu. However, she was no match for Rong Xiu. At this time, her limbs were even weaker, and her two pushes were like scratching an itch. Not only did she not push Rong Xiu away, but she also gently tickled his heart, making him more restless. His arm wrapped around her slim waist, and she was almost embedded into his body. Chu Luiyue spat out a few vague syllables between her lips and teeth. Rong Xiu then slightly let go of her and looked at her with a deep gaze. What do you think of this answer? As soon as he spoke, Chu Luiyue realized that his voice was very hoarse, as if he was restraining something. Her face turned even redder, and she glared at him. He was still as shameless as ever. Little did she know that at this time, her eyes were watery from the kiss, and her face was like a peach blossom. This glare made half of Rong Xiu's body go limp. The other half was the exact opposite. He gently rubbed his fingers on her cheeks, and with an ambiguous burning sensation, he murmured in a low voice, "It seems wrong." Then, what about this? As soon as he finished speaking, he lowered his head and kissed her lips again. This time, his movements were very fast. Before she could react, he had already attacked her. Chu Luiyue was ashamed and angry. In a fit of anger, she simply started to counterattack. She released her hands that were originally holding on to his chest and reached up, hooking them around his neck and pressing her whole body closer. At the same time, she imitated him and bit his lips, gently licking them. Rong Xiu's body stiffened. Did she know what she was doing? Chu Luiyue felt that he suddenly stopped, and she was even more unconvinced, so she went in a little further. The two of them touched, lingering in the air. Rong Xiu sucked in a breath of cold air. Digression: congratulations on picking up a broken February mobile phone. User, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 240. I have to stop. Rong Xiu thought to himself. Otherwise, he really couldn't tell what he would do. However, she was so sweet and soft that he couldn't control himself. He had been waiting for this day for too long. One time, another time. Rong Xiu's hand held her waist tightly. She could feel that he was suppressing something through her clothes. The girl in his arms gradually softened into a ball, as if he could knead her however he wanted. She belonged to him. She belonged only to him. Chu Luiyue gradually felt that Rong Xiu's aura was becoming a little dangerous. She instinctively felt that it wasn't good to continue like this. Finally, she took the initiative to step back. She tilted her head and leaned against his shoulder. Rong Xiu's hand rubbed her waist a few times. It was a little itchy. He took a deep breath and finally suppressed the impulse in his heart. His voice was terrifyingly hoarse. If you do this again next time, Chu Luiyue blinked and deliberately asked, if you do this again next time, what will you do? Rong Xiu looked at her meaningfully. There seemed to be sparks in his eyes that would burn at any time. Of course, you're welcome. Chu Luiyue was speechless. As expected, it wasn't a wise choice to be thick-skinned with someone. However, seeing Rong Xiu like this, she didn't dare to continue teasing him deliberately. She quietly held his hand. Rong Xiu rubbed his chin against the soft hair on the top of her head. Then, he looked into her eyes and said seriously, you haven't said whether this answer is right or not. His eyes were calm, but there was a hint of nervousness in his voice. Chu Luiyue never thought that someone as powerful as Rong Xiu would feel nervous. He was waiting for her answer. How important was it in his heart that he would be so careful and cautious when asking for an answer? Chu Luiyue stared at him. Many scenes flashed through her mind. She was stunned when she first saw him by the lake. She was surprised when she saw him again at the palace banquet. She was moved at Wanling Mountain. Scenes flashed by one after another, and in the end, they all disappeared. All that was left was the face of the evildoer before him, which became increasingly clear. In fact, she had always treated Rong Xiu differently, but she was unwilling to admit it for various reasons. But now that he thought about it, those were just some unimportant reasons. Even if she had a heart-wrenching past, that was all in her previous life. Now, there was someone who was willing to embrace her new life and give her bright and warm expectations. She stood on her tiptoes and planted a light kiss on his lips. Rong Xiu's pupils shrank, but there were thousands of fireworks in his eyes. Rong Xiu. She looked up at him and said in the same serious tone, "For me, there is only one question and one answer in my life. There's no betrayal, and no regret. Do you understand?" Her voice was very calm, but there were too many emotions in her eyes. Those unbearable past were her eternal scars. She definitely couldn't bear a second betrayal. Rong Xiu's heart seemed to be clenched by something, and it hurt. After a moment, his thin lips lifted slightly and he chuckled, "What a coincidence, so do I." He held her hand tightly and looked into her eyes. "When we go back, I'll go to your residence to propose marriage." Chu Luiyue was stunned and asked subconsciously, "So soon?" Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows. "Is it very soon? But I've been waiting for a long time." As long as he didn't kidnap her back, he wouldn't be able to sleep well. Chu Luiyue wanted to say something, but when she looked up and saw his expression, her heart suddenly moved. Okay. For some reason, she always seemed to be exceptionally easy to talk to when facing Rong Xiu. Rong Xiu didn't dare to touch her again, for fear that he couldn't control himself, so he could only settle for the second best and kiss her forehead. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly stopped and leaned on Chu Luiyue's shoulder. Chu Luiyue glanced sideways and realized that Rong Xiu's face was exceptionally pale. He seemed to have fainted. Rong Xiu. On the fourth day of the Qingjiao competition, the first 3 days of the warrior competition had finally ended. The Xian Master students from the 3 academies were all eager to get a good ranking in the Xian Master competition today. Unlike the one-on-one competition a few days ago, the Xian Master competition was held together by everyone. The huge arena had been evenly divided into squares. A chessboard was placed in each square. There were 5 Xian formations on each chessboard. Whoever could solve these 5 Xian formations the fastest would be first. At a glance, many people were already in position, waiting for the competition to start. However, there was some commotion on Tianlu Academy's side. "Lu Yu isn't here yet?" Bai Chen asked with a frown. Mu Hongyu shook her head. She was also rather anxious. "When we went to look for her this morning, she wasn't at her residence. We thought she was here first, but we didn't expect her to be here either. I already asked Sun Hu to go back and look for her." As she spoke, she turned to look at the entrance and saw Sun Hu panting as he returned. However, Chu Luiyue wasn't behind him. Mu Hongyu's heart sank, but she still walked forward quickly and asked, "Where's Lu Yu? Did you find her?" Sun Hu placed one hand on his knee and panted heavily as he waved his hand repeatedly. "And no. I looked everywhere, but I didn't see her." Mu Hongyu was silent for a moment before she suddenly thought of something. "What about Joyo Tower? Did you look for her there? She usually likes to go there to cultivate. Did she forget to come out?" Sun Hu shook his head. "I already asked. She didn't go there yesterday or today." Bai Chen thought for a while and muttered uncertainly. Could it be that she was too tired yesterday, so she went home? Si Yang couldn't help but interject. That shouldn't be the case. She said yesterday that she would definitely participate in today's Xian Master competition. Why did she suddenly not participate? Even if she used up a lot of energy in yesterday's competition, Chu Liuyue's talent and ability as a Xian Master were extremely outstanding. As long as she participated in the competition, her results wouldn't be bad. Why did she suddenly disappear? Students who haven't gone up yet, please hurry up. The competition is about to start. The referee shouted from afar. Sun Zhongyan walked over. Lu Yu isn't here yet? The few of them looked at each other and shook their heads. Sun Zhongyan felt a little uneasy. He remembered that Chu Luiyue had indeed returned to the academy yesterday, but why was she missing now? From yesterday until today, he didn't notice anything strange in the academy. If Chu Luiyue had gone out and entered the academy, the teachers in charge of guarding the entrance would definitely know. But now, did something really happen? After all, she had offended many people in the past few days. However, this was the imperial city, and the Qingjiao competition was being held. No one would be so stupid as to make a move on Chu Luiyue at this time. Sun Zhongyan thought for a while and said, "Don't worry about the Xian Master competition. Don't worry about the Xian Master competition for now. The most important thing right now is to find the person. Bai Chen, bring some people to the academy to look for her again. Also, send some people to the imperial city to gather information and see if they can find any traces. Also, inform Lord Chu Ning." Yes. Digression, today's February was a useless February. It could only update 2 chapters at 9 p.m, and the rest would probably be updated before 3 p.m. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.